Chapter 637. What's wrong? You're back so soon. Since a beauty invited you, why don't you take the opportunity to get closer to her? Xian Yanqing said sarcastically when he saw Lu Ming. Why would I get close to other women? If I want to get close to someone, it should be you. Lu Ming chuckled. Xian Yanqing blushed and said, Stop it. Who wants to get close to you? Tell me, did you lust after her and get chased out? Lu Ming was speechless. Was his character that bad? Seeing that Lu Ming did not speak, Xian Yanqing smiled. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get down to business. Lu Ming took out Yin Haitong's storage ring and immersed his mind into it. After a while, a token appeared. This is an inscription token? You're doing it so soon? Xian Yanqing asked. Of course. If I don't do it now, I'll have to sacrifice my body. Lu Ming muttered and said, Now let's do it immediately. Otherwise, we won't have a chance when others find out that something happened to Yin Haitang. All right. Xian Yanqing was not a hesitant person and immediately nodded. Wait a minute. Lu Ming shouted. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming in confusion. I'll inscribe an inscription array for you to restrain your aura. Lu Ming's hands were constantly inscribing. Inscriptions flew into Xian Yanqing's body. In a short while, the inscription array to conceal one's aura was completed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so brilliant. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming curiously. It's just SOO. Let's go. His figure flashed, and he went into the depths of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Xian Yanqing followed. At the same time, in a secret room of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution, a low roar like that of a wild beast could be heard. A white-haired elder had his heart pierced by Gu Huaxiu's claw. You. Who are you? Gu Huaxiu wasn't that strong? Disbelief flashed in the old man's eyes. He was a core elder of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, a peak king. Even if Gu Huaxiu had launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through his heart. The cultivation that Gu Huaxiu had just displayed was utterly terrifying. Haha, death is at hand. Why do you care so much? I just want your inscription token. True essence erupted, and the old man's aura vanished. Gu Huaxiu chuckled coldly. He licked his lips and took off the old man's storage ring. A moment later, a badge appeared in his hand, which was identical to the badge Lu Ming had obtained from Yin Haitang and the others. Gu Huaxiu's figure flickered, and he headed toward the treasury of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's cultivation was extremely profound. Their movement techniques were as fast as lightning, and with the inscription array concealing their auras, no one could discover them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. There was a huge mountain here. Halfway up the mountain, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut, and there were inscription arrays all around it. Without the inscription token, even if one tried to force their way in, it would alert the upper echelons of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, including the Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing rushed to the mountainside, took out the inscription token, and poured their true essence into it. Buzz. The inscription token glowed and inscriptions appeared. Inscriptions also appeared on the stone door. These inscriptions formed a light shield in front of the door. At that moment, the light barrier parted to form a door. As for the stone door, it opened by itself. Let's go. Their figures flashed as they rushed in. The light barrier closed automatically, and so did the stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a wide passage. It was obviously man-made, and the walls were bumpy. The two of them followed the passage and moved forward quickly. The passage was slanted downwards, and it went underground. The two of them carefully moved forward for a few minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end, and a sense of danger erupted from the bottom of his heart. Be careful. Lu Ming suddenly pulled Xian Yanqing and retreated quickly. Two sharp forces shot into the place where the two of them had been, leaving two bottomless, thumb-sized holes in the ground. Die. A figure pounced out quickly, and a dark green claw light grabbed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's vital points. It was unbelievably fast. Buzz. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. The spear light pierced through the void and pierced forward. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xian Yinqing pressed his hand forward, and a powerful force field burst out, encapsulating his opponent. Bang! Lu Ming's spear light collided with his opponent's. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while his opponent retreated rapidly. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes glistened. Despite his and Xian Yinqing's teamwork, their opponent was only knocked back, and was not injured. This was a clear indication of his strength. Of course, it was also because they had not used their full strength in a hurry. Gu Huaxiu. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the person before him, and was astounded. His eyes filled with disbelief. Xian Yinqing beside him had the same reaction. The person who had ambushed them was none other than Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu was only a 7th-layer martial emperor half a month ago. In just half a month's time, his cultivation had improved to such a terrifying level. The combat strength of the two of you is beyond my expectations. Gu Huaxiu let out a hollow laugh and licked his lips, staring coldly at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing frowned. They did not expect to stumble into Gu Huaxiu here. You're here to rob the treasure of the Cloud Ocean Pill Court too, right? Lu Ming said. Not bad. I didn't expect you two to be here too. Very well, I'll use this chance to get rid of you. Gu Huaxiu's eyes flickered as his figure transformed into more than 10 illusionary figures, charging in Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's direction. Every illusory figure looked real, and every illusory figure exuded a powerful aura. Sky Poison Claw. Gu Huaxiu groaned as he lashed out with a claw glow. The illusionary figures lashed out with their claws, covering Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's vitals. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Heavenly Demon Cleave. Xian Yinqing roared as the Heavenly Demon Force Field exploded, containing a terrifying cutting power. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming's spear transformed into more than 10 spear radiances, piercing through the illusionary figures. Bam! Bam! The three of them had restrained their genuine essence during the battle. Otherwise, with their combat strength, they would have pierced through the mountain. I didn't expect the two of you to be so powerful. I'm afraid even the lower-ranked geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for either of you. Chapter 638. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were equally shocked. Gu Huaxiu had reached such a terrifying level in just half a month. His cultivation had already reached the level of a peak king. Furthermore, the martial skills he used were extremely strange, and his battle prowess was extremely strong. Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could win in a one-on-one battle. This guy's condition is too strange. Dandan stared at Gu Huaxiu with her dark eyes, her eyeballs rolling in their sockets. Dandan, what did you see? Lu Ming asked. Dandan had said that it had lived for a long time, and Lu Ming felt that it might be true. Perhaps Dandan could really see something. It's a bit like possession, but it's not easy. It requires a series of coincidences, or it'll be very difficult to succeed. Dandan muttered. Possession. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's expressions changed as disbelief appeared in their eyes. They had heard of the legend of possession. It was said that after a cultivator reached the spiritual god realm and formed a spiritual god, the spiritual god wouldn't crumble immediately even if the physical body was destroyed. It could even be reborn through possession. However, seizing someone's body wasn't as easy as one would imagine. Once a spiritual god left the body, it would be extremely weak and wouldn't be able to exist for long. Most importantly, every person's will was extremely strong, and even involved the law of life. Basically, it was impossible to be possessed. If a spiritual god wanted to possess someone, it would usually end up in ashes. However, there were examples of successful possession in history, but it was too rare. Could it be that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a powerful existence? At this moment, Gu Huaxiu's expression changed drastically. I'll let the two of you go for now. I'll take your lives in the future. Gu Huaxiu snorted coldly and quickly retreated into the depths of the tunnel. After him. The two chased after him. The three of them continued forward, passing through the East Bay and West Bay. After a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. On the ceiling of the underground cavern, there were blood-red gems embedded in the stone walls, scattering blood-red light. In the middle of the underground cavern, there was actually a medicinal field with more than a dozen types of spirit herbs planted. Blood infant fruit, dragon poison fruit, My intuition was right. As soon as Gu Huaxiu arrived, he was overjoyed and rushed toward the fruit trees. Heavenly demon fruit. Xian Yinqing saw a fruit tree that was as tall as a man. It was pitch black, and there was only one fruit on it. It was the size of a fist, and its surface was covered with strange patterns. This was the heavenly demon fruit that Xian Yinqing needed. Xian Yinqing pounced on the heavenly demon fruit. Wang, wang. At this moment, the air began to vibrate violently. The vibrations were densely packed, as though countless bees were flying around. However, the vibrations were thousands of times stronger than bees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, beetles flew out from the ground under the fruit trees. They shot toward Gu Huaxiu and Xian Yinqing like bullets. Their speed was shocking. The vibrations were caused by the beetles' wings flapping in the air. Be careful! Lu Ming exclaimed softly and dashed over quickly. Heavenly demon force field. Xian Yinqing pressed his palm down, and the powerful heavenly demon force field enveloped the beetles. However, the beetles' speed was only slightly affected, and they continued to rush toward Xian Yinqing. Heavenly demon cleave. An incomparably sharp cutting power erupted, and a cutting power like wind blades slashed towards the beetles. Clang! Clang! The powerful cutting force cut through the beetles, but the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Only a few of the beetles were cut in half, while the rest were sent flying. They slowed down for a moment before rushing over again. On the other side, a short sword appeared in Gu Huaxiu's hand, and he slashed repeatedly. However, the result was the same. Only a few beetles were killed, while the rest were sent flying. Sacred beetles, damn it! Why are there sacred beetles here? Gu Huaxiu roared. Wang wang. The beetles flew up again, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Lu Ming rushed forward, and a huge spear light condensed in his hand. He swept it out, and dozens of the sacred beetles were sent flying like bullets, crashing into the surrounding walls and blasting large holes in them. However, even more sacred beetles pounced on Lu Ming. This kind of sacred beetle had a long spike on its mouth. It was abnormally sharp, and no one wanted to be pierced by this kind of spike. Shaoqing, take the heavenly demon fruit and retreat. Lu Ming shouted. Juniors, today, none of you will be able to leave. All of you will stay here. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded. Boom. In the air above the cave, a mighty and terrifying aura pressed down. This aura gave people the feeling of facing a vast ocean. Not good, it's a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming's face changed. It seemed that the Cloud Ocean Alchemy Institution had been waiting for them here. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming didn't hesitate, and directly used the 9 dragons stomping the sky. His body turned into a ray of light, and in a flash, he dodged the large group of sacred beetles and rushed toward the heavenly demon fruit. Pung! Pung! Then, with a sweep of his spear, a group of sacred beetles in front of him were sent flying. His Zhen Yuan swept forward and wrapped around the heavenly demon fruit, and Lu Ming put it into his storage ring. Heavenly demon fruit, let's go! Lu Ming shouted, and his body flew toward the exit. At the same time, Xian Yinqing also retreated. Juniors, stay here. A furious roar rang out, and 2 powerful forces pressed down on the 2 of them at an unimaginable speed. They were 2 rings of fire, and they emitted a shocking pressure. So hot. That's a second-grade fire concept. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and 3 kinds of concepts burst out. A spear light burst out, striking the ring of fire. There was a deafening roar and Lu Ming felt a boundless pressure surging toward him. His body shook slightly and he could not help but retreat continuously. On the other side, Xian Yinqing was also in a similar situation, and he retreated a few steps. In the sky, a burly middle-aged man wearing a red robe stood in the void. His cold gaze swept over the 3 of them. My son Yin Songsheng was killed by you? Today I'll bury you with him. A cold voice was heard. As soon as he finished his words, the burly man in red robes pressed his hands down. A total of 9 flame rings were launched at Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Gu Huaxi respectively. At the same time, the sacred beetles trembled violently and flew toward the 3. Heavenly demon force field. Destruction cut. Xian Yinqing shouted, and pressed out with both hands. A powerful force field covered a radius of 10 meters, and an invisible cutting force destroyed everything. This time, many sacred beetles were directly cut in half, and only 3 rings of fire were left, rampaging in the force field. This is the destruction concept. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Chapter 639. The destruction intent was a special intent. Its attack power was terrifying and could destroy everything. In terms of attack power, even the thunder intent was inferior to it. At the same time, Xian Yanqing had also comprehended the wind intent. However, the two intents were clearly not merged together. Die for me. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Ever since he obtained the infinite dragon spear, Lu Ming had not used it yet. Whoosh! Whoosh! The infinite dragon spear turned into a series of afterimages. Dozens of spear lights shot out. As the spear lights were too sharp, they tore open dozens of vacuum channels in the air. The spear lights pierced through dozens of sacred beetles, causing them to explode. The tip of the infinite dragon spear was made of indestructible steel. It was incomparably tough and sharp. It easily broke through the sacred beetle's defense. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu let out a long roar. Dark green sword qi burst out. It was also stronger than before and split the sacred beetles apart. Boom! Boom! Thereafter, there was a violent roar. Lu Ming and the group collided with the flaming ring, and there was a shocking explosion. The entire mountain peak shook violently. Damn it! The red-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming and the other two were too strong. Not only could they break through the sacred beetles, but they could also block his attack. They were only martial kings, but they were so terrifying. Overflowing flames destroy the world. The red-robed man waved his hands and pressed down. Immediately, dozens of rings of flames formed and shot towards the three. This flaming disc was the fusion of the red-robed man's true essence and concept. It was incomparably powerful, and the edges of the disc were incomparably sharp. It also contained the explosive power of flames. If a person was struck by it, they would definitely explode. Lu Ming, how about the 3 of us work together? Gu Huaxiu suddenly called out. The other party was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Whether it was Zhen Yuan or intent, they were both too strong. They would not be a match for him alone. If they wanted to leave this place safely, they could only work together. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. All right. Lu Ming was also very clear on this point. Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Regardless of whether Gu Huaxiu was possessed or not, he had to get through this first. Gu Huaxiu's figure flickered and appeared beside Lu Ming and the others like a ghost. Spiritual sea tier Dantian turning into the sea. True essence is too dense. We can't fight him head-on, or else our true essence will definitely be exhausted. The opponent is a martial artist at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual sea tier. We can only take the initiative and counterattack to have a chance of winning. Gu Huaxiu quickly analyzed. What method do you have? Lu Ming asked. It was very likely that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a spiritual god. His knowledge was extraordinary. Perhaps he really had a way. While resisting the attacks of the red-robed man, they conversed with each other via voice transmission. The 2 of us will open up a path and attack the opponent. Let this girl use her force field to envelop the opponent and reduce his speed. Only then will we have a chance to win. Gu Huaxiu said. All right, let's lead the way. Lu Ming nodded. Following which he activated his second bloodline, causing his strength to increase by several notches. Extreme Path Strike. Lu Ming used his most powerful strike, becoming one with his spear. He turned into a ray of spear light, piercing through the void and shooting up into the sky. Pung! Pung! Several rings were destroyed by Lu Ming, and the sharp spear light was aimed at the red-robed man. Azure Poison Sword. Gu Huaxiu's eyes flashed with a dense dark green light. Even the short sword in his hand turned dark green. He slashed out, and several rings were also destroyed. The dark green sword light slashed towards the red-robed man. The red-robed man's eyes turned serious. He clenched his fists, and the fire rings all flew back. They turned into 2 rings, emitting a powerful aura, and shot towards Lu Ming's spear light and dark green sword qi. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions were heard as a violent force spread out in all directions. 2 pillars of qi soared into the sky from where the 3 of them were fighting. Boom. The stone wall above the cave was directly pierced through, and the entire mountain shook violently. Countless boulders fell, but when they were still a few dozen meters away from the four, they were shattered by the energy emitted from their bodies. Charge out! Lu Ming yelled at Xian Yanqing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing turned into two streaks of light and charged out. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu did the same. Want to leave? Stay. The red-robed man let out an earth-shattering roar and turned into a sea of fire that shot towards the three. Sky Demon Force Field. Xian Yanqing pressed his small hand, and the Sky Demon Force Field acted on the red-robed man, stopping him for a moment. Just like that, Lu Ming and the other two charged out of the mountain. Stay here. The burly man in the red robe roared furiously. The next moment, the heavenly demon force field was shattered. He turned into a flame and dashed into the sky instantly. With a wave of his hand, dozens of flame rings blasted toward the trio. Lu Ming and the other two counterattacked, and explosions sounded like fireworks in the sky. As for the mountain peak below, it had completely collapsed. Damn it! Gu Huaxiu roared. The spiritual herb he wanted was still inside. What's going on? Something happened in the forbidden area. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the entire Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, and countless people flew in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 20 figures flew towards Lu Ming and the others. Old Ancestor, what's going on? Old Ancestor, what's going on? These people asked one after another. These people trespassed into the forbidden area. Everyone, attack and take them down. The red-robed man ordered. What? How dare they? Courting death. These 20 people shouted, and powerful auras erupted, surrounding Lu Ming and the other two. These 20 people were all kings in the greater success stage, and they were the strongest force in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Kill them. The red-robed man ordered. Kill. Kill. More than 20 greater success kings attacked at the same time, unleashing all kinds of secret techniques and lights toward the three. Die brat. The red-robed man waved his hand, and everyone's attacks were directed at Gu Huaxiu. He wanted to take them down one by one. His attacks were too scattered, and that was why Lu Ming and the others were able to block them. Now he wanted to focus on one person. Gu Huaxiu was shocked, and he quickly retreated, and a dark green sword chi shot out. Die. The red-robed man pressed his hand down, and a ring of flame spun rapidly, colliding with the sword chi. The sword chi only resisted for a breath's time before collapsing, but the ring didn't stop, and it continued forward. Clang. Gu Huaxiu's short sword struck the ring, and his body trembled, and he quickly retreated. No, I'm not a match for him alone. I need to work together. Gu Huaxiu ignored everything and rushed towards Lu Ming. Chapter 640. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were also entangled. Alchemists were proficient in inscriptions, so naturally, they were also proficient in joint attacks. More than 20 kings joined hands and formed a joint attack formation, firmly entangling Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming was clear about the other party's intention. They wanted to entangle the two of them first while the red-robed man killed Gu Huaxiu. Then kill them. Kill them one by one. If that was the case, they would be in danger. The red-robed man was not an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert who had just broken through, but had already reached the peak of the first layer of the Sea of Soul Realm. If they fought him alone, they would only be defeated. Charge out and join hands with Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing. Sky Demon Force Field, Destructive Cut. Xian Yanqing pressed his hands together, and the Sky Demon Force Field enveloped more than 20 kings. The destructive cutting power crazily cut at them. If it were just a few kings, they would have already been cut into meat paste. However, with more than 20 of them working together, their auras fused, and the formation resisted. Devour. Lu Ming pressed his left palm, and a powerful devouring power erupted, acting on the 20 kings, crazily devouring their blood essence. Steady! One of the old men shouted. This old man had the strength of a peak king. In fact, there were 8 peak kings among the 20 kings. Otherwise, they would not have been able to resist the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. True dragon attack, break for me! Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear, and a tricolor true dragon flew out, crashing into the 20 kings. Block it, block it. Just a while more and the old ancestor will be able to kill that person, and come help us. An old man roared. They were also incomparably shocked. Where did these young men come from? They were simply too strong, and did not seem like martial kings at all. They were too terrifying. At this moment, countless people in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution were looking at the battle in the sky, shocked. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming used the True Dragon Strike, a sword light suddenly flashed from a mountain peak below. This sword light seemed to come from beyond the heavens, peerlessly sharp. The target of this sword light was the same as Lu Ming's. It was also the experts of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution. Boom! The tricolor True Dragon collided with the attacks of the people from the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. They had never expected that there would be another sword light. He wanted to defend himself, but he didn't have enough strength. Puff! Puff! As the sword light flashed, 7 or 8 kings at the greater success stage were sliced in half. The formation was broken. Once the formation was broken, Xian Yanqing's heavenly demonic force field erupted. Blood splattered everywhere as a few more experts were killed. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution is such a filthy and disgusting place. Today it shall be destroyed. A figure stepped out of the void, and appeared in the air in an instant. This was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old. He was dressed in a white robe and was handsome and refined. Come and help me. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu shouted. He could no longer hold on, and was vomiting blood. He couldn't hold on for much longer. The two of you, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go and help him. After saying that, the white-robed young man turned into a sword light and charged toward the red-robed man. Yin Luo, you old bastard, today will be the day you die. The white-robed young man's voice was filled with killing intent. Damn it, who are you? The red-robed man, who was Yin Luo, roared. I'm Li Xiaoyan, the Imperial Sky Divine Guard. I've been investigating what the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution has done for a long time. You shall be destroyed. The white-robed young man shouted coldly. Endless sword chi burst out from his hands. The white-robed young man's cultivation was also at the peak king level, but his combat strength was no weaker than Gu Huaxiu and Xian Yanqing's. Li Xiaoyan, who is ranked 943 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's expression changed. Let's join forces and break out. At this moment, an old man trapped in the heavenly demon force field tried to break out. With the formation broken, their strength was greatly reduced. Now that a few of them had been killed by Xian Yanqing, there were only a dozen of them left. They tried to break out of the heavenly demon force field, but they could not break out at all. Now I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, and hundreds of tricolor true dragons flew out and pounced toward the dozen experts from the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline shrouded them through his left palm. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing working together. Ordinary peak kings would not be able to resist and were killed one by one. Devour. Drops of blood essence flew into Lu Ming's left palm, and were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming curiously. He did not know why Lu Ming would devour the blood essence. Now let's go and kill that old man. Lu Ming smiled but did not explain. He could not explain the 9 dragons' bloodline for now. As for the 20 overstorage rings, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing kept all of them. Okay. Xian Yanqing nodded. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was in an uproar. The strongest group of elders of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution were all dead. All of them had been killed. Those who knew Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were even more shocked. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing are not on the list of top 1,000 talents. How can they be so strong? Even peak kings can't fight back against them. The most terrifying one is Gu Huaxiu. He's so strong that he didn't die under the Patriarch's attack. A great era is coming. I heard that in recent years, geniuses have been emerging all over the eastern wilderness. Many of them are not weaker than those on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's over. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution has been targeted by these monsters. Let's go. Some of the people who were studying alchemy retreated far away to avoid being implicated. Some of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution disciples also retreated to a secluded place to watch. If something went wrong, they would leave immediately. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had already charged toward Yun Luo. Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyan were still no match for Yun Luo, but they could still fend her off. Sky Demon Force Field. Before Xian Yanqing arrived, the Sky Demon Force Field had already enveloped Yun Luo. True Dragon Strike. The dazzling spear radiance turned into a three-colored dragon and charged toward Yun Luo. At the same time, Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyan counterattacked. Boom! Boom! Yun Luo's body shook violently as she retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Xiaoyan and Gu Huaxiu moved and blocked Yun Luo's path. The four of them surrounded Yun Luo. Hee, let's see how arrogant you are now. Gu Huaxiu sneered. Yun Luo, I've already investigated what the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution has done. From today onwards, the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution will be removed from the world. Li Xiaoyan's voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not speak, but their cold eyes said it all. Countless people were shocked. The four geniuses were going to kill a spiritual sea realm expert today. Moreover, Yun Luo was a peak first-tier spiritual sea realm expert. If she was killed, it would be a huge piece of news. It was rare for a king realm expert to kill a spiritual sea realm expert, because the gap between a king realm expert and a spiritual sea realm expert was too large. Chapter 641. Do you really think that you can kill me? Yun Luo's aura surged as he scanned his surroundings. However, his heart was heavy. The four people before him were too strong, surpassing common sense. Ordinary peak kings would only be instantly killed in front of them. If he was alone, he was confident that he could defeat and kill them. However, he felt pressured by the four of them working together. Especially, he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only a peak 9th level martial king, but he was already so powerful. The Battle of Providence is about to begin. These monsters have all made their move. Yun Luo felt bitter. Although it's rare for a king to kill a spiritual sea realm cultivator, it's not unheard of in history. Gu Huaxiu smirked and licked his lips. Kill! Lu Ming did not waste his breath and simply made a move. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence, so he had to end the battle as soon as possible to refine the blood essence. As soon as Lu Ming moved, the other three moved as well. They all used their ultimate techniques and charged toward Yun Luo. The sky suddenly boiled as the violent attacks shook the world. Strands of energy flowed out and fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! Each strand of energy was like a heavy bomb, causing mountains and rivers to explode and palaces to collapse. The Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was in a mess. Run! Run! The disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution screamed as they ran. Those who were too slow were killed by the explosions. 5 figures turned into 5 rays of light and engaged in a life-and-death battle in the sky. However, Yun Luo was already at a disadvantage. A moment later, blood splattered everywhere as one of his arms was chopped off. Yun Luo let out a beast-like roar. Suddenly, a bloody light filled the air as Yun Luo turned into a ray of bloody light and charged out of the encirclement. You 4 little bastards, just you wait. I will avenge my lost arm. Yun Luo's voice echoed in the sky, but he was already far away. Yun Luo had escaped. It's a pity that he got away. Li Xiaoyan sighed. Lu Ming's expression was calm. The 4 of them didn't have an overwhelming advantage against Yun Luo in the first place. How could it be so easy to kill her? Being able to leave behind an arm and injure her vitality was already pretty good. If the other party doesn't die, he will definitely seek revenge. I won't accompany you. Gu Huaxiu sneered. He glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing before his figure flashed and vanished into the horizon. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This guy was really cautious. Once the battle ended, he immediately left. He was most likely afraid that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing would find trouble with him. To be honest, Lu Ming did not mind getting rid of him if he had the chance. Gu Huaxiu gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. May I know how I should address you two? Li Xiaoyan cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and smiled. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing replied. Lu Ming? Xian Yanqing? I've never heard of him. It seems that we've entered a golden age with endless geniuses. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged now, I wonder if I'll be kicked out of it. Li Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked to be in their 20s, but their cultivation and combat strength shocked him. Brother Li, you're too modest. I've heard of your name before, Lu Ming said politely. What do you two plan to do next? Are you going to the chaotic astral sea as well? Li Xiaoyan asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. There was no need to hide it. The Battle of Providence is approaching, and many geniuses have been mobilized. As far as I know, many geniuses have entered the chaotic astral sea recently to train themselves. After I've settled the matter of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, I plan to explore the chaotic astral sea as well, Li Xiaoyan said with a smile. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the chaotic astral sea was extremely chaotic. It was an unreasonable place where one could be attacked at any time. There was no shortage of life and death battles there. In such an environment, one could indeed improve and break through one's limits. If one did not break through, one would probably die. It was normal for many geniuses to enter the chaotic astral sea to train themselves. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Li Xiaoyan was ranked 943 on the list of top 1,000 talents, dozens of places higher than Sheng Xing. His combat strength was much stronger than Sheng Xing's. Li Xiaoyan could easily defeat Sheng Xing. He was only dozens of places higher than Sheng Xing, but he was already so powerful. How powerful would the geniuses who were ranked higher be? Not to mention the geniuses who had entered the Sea of Soul realm. There must be many geniuses who were stronger than Li Xiaoyan in the Martial King realm. Lu Ming was eager to meet them. Brother Li, we'll take our leave then, Lu Ming said. He was in a hurry to find a place to refine the blood essence. All right, we'll have a drink when we meet again, Li Xiaoyan said with a smile. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded and then left with Xian Yanqing. Whoosh, whoosh. After Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left, two figures appeared beside Li Xiaoyan and bowed. Young master, send the news to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace in the Yunfeng domain. Get someone to deal with the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Using innate blood essence to refine elixirs is an evil practice, Li Xiaoyan said coldly. Yes. The two old men bowed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing flew toward the west. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they landed on a mountain. The two of them planned to cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Xian Yanqing wanted to use the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate the heavenly demon force field. Lu Ming also wanted to refine the blood essence. Dandan, protect us, Lu Ming said. 10 rank 5 spiritual herbs. Dandan demanded an exorbitant price. Lu Ming threw 2 spiritual herbs to him and said, 2 spiritual herbs. Otherwise none. Dandan had no choice but to grab 2 spiritual herbs and protect them. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged and took out the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate. Lu Ming sat cross-legged 100 meters away. Rumble. Within the 9-dragon bloodline, the massive blood essence was being refined continuously. This time, there were more than 20 blood essences of greater success kings, including 8 peak-tier kings. The blood essence was simply too dense. The 9 dragons bloodline had already reached the limit of a rank 7 monarch bloodline. This time it broke through. 8 silver chakras flashed, and the 9 dragons bloodline reached rank 8 monarch bloodline. Luckily, Xian Yanqing was also in seclusion. Otherwise, his jaw would have dropped. 9 dragons bloodline. 9 dragons. Why does it sound so familiar? Sigh, I can't remember. Dandan muttered as he chewed on a spiritual herb. Let's see if there are enough supreme-grade spiritual crystals. If there are enough, I can become a peak-tier king. A dozen interspatial rings appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Min and Xian Yanqing each took 12 interspatial rings of the greater success kings of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. Lu Ming sank his consciousness into the interspatial rings and gathered all the supreme-grade spiritual crystals together. Chapter 642. As expected of the storage rings of kings at the Great Success Stage and Peak Kings, they were simply too rich. In total, there were more than 80 million supreme spiritual crystals in the 12 storage rings. 80 million peak-grade spiritual crystals was truly terrifying. Alchemy is truly profitable. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Moreover, the people of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution used the blood qi of infants to refine pills. Naturally, they would be able to earn more peak-grade spiritual crystals. Even peak kings and great success kings weren't that rich. Lu Ming estimated that Yin Luo's storage ring would definitely have more peak-grade spiritual crystals. It was a pity that Yin Luo had escaped. It's more than enough to become a peak king. After Lu Ming sorted out the peak-grade spiritual crystals, he looked at Xian Yanqing. At this moment, an invisible force field spread out from Xian Yanqing's body, covering an area of 100 meters. It was constantly vibrating and contracting. Xian Yanqing held the heavenly demon fruit in his hand. The heavenly demon fruit shone brightly and was absorbed by Xian Yanqing. It seemed that Xian Yanqing's cultivation wouldn't end anytime soon. With a thought, Lu Ming's body disappeared and entered the Temple of Paragon. His breakthrough would cause quite a commotion. If he was outside, it would most likely alert Xian Yanqing. Let's begin. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of peak-grade spiritual crystals appeared. There were at least 1,000,000 of them. Pung, pung. The 1,000,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals exploded and turned into dense heaven and earth spiritual qi. The 9 dragons bloodline appeared. The 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 8th level king grade. Its body seemed to have grown larger, and its scales were dense. It looked more and more like the legendary true dragons. Opening its mouth, a terrifying devouring power erupted. The energy of the 1,000,000 peak-grade spiritual crystals was sucked into the 9 dragons bloodline. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle technique and started cultivating. Breaking through to the peak king grade required a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had to condense his cyclone to the extreme in preparation for breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm. Therefore, a lot of supreme spiritual crystals were needed. The devouring and refining power of the 9 dragons bloodline increased several times. It didn't take long for the 1,000,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals to be refined. Lu Ming took out another 1,000,000. Just like that, 1,000,000 after another. Endless energy was accumulating. When Lu Ming had refined 18,000,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals, the cyclone in his dantian had finally become extremely condensed. It was like a rotating liquid, like the eye of the sea. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to the Peak King realm. Rumble. Circulating the true battle dragon art, his true essence surged. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his true essence was several times stronger than before, and Lu Ming's battle strength had naturally increased by a large margin. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Peak King warriors were considered to be standing at the peak of King warriors. The next step would be to open up the spirit ocean and step into the Sea of Souls realm. However, this step wasn't that easy. First, he had to comprehend the intent of heaven and earth to the 2nd level. Without the 2nd level intent of heaven and earth, only death would await him if he tried to break through to the Sea of Souls realm. Only a little more than a day has passed after refining so many supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Let's go see how Xiaoqing's cultivation is going. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon. Wang. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he felt a powerful force field surging. He felt a huge pressure on his body. Lu Ming moved and retreated a few hundred meters before the pressure disappeared. The heavenly demon fruit in Xian Yanqing's hand had already disappeared. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as a lotus floated above her head. A beautiful woman sat cross-legged on the lotus. Powerful force fields constantly emanated from Xian Yanqing's body. Not simple, not simple. Dandan circled around Xian Yanqing, its eyes darting around as it sized up Xian Yanqing. 8 hours later, the force field around Xian Yanqing suddenly shrank and disappeared from her body. At this moment, Xian Yanqing opened her eyes. Xiaoqing, how is it? Did you break through the heavenly demon force field? Lu Ming walked over and smiled. Of course. How was it? Do you want to test its power? There was a sly smile at the corners of Xian Yanqing's lips. He stared at Lu Ming with evil intentions. Do you think you can defeat me just because you broke through? You'll be disappointed again. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Is that so? Then I'll give it a try. Xian Yanqing smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, She pressed her palms forward. Buzz. An incomparably powerful force field erupted and instantly enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if there was a majestic mountain pressing down on him. So strong. It's several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. He circulated his true essence and combined the three essences of heaven and earth to expand the power of the heavenly demon force field. You've broken through in your cultivation? Xian Yinqing exclaimed in surprise. Of course. You've broken through, so how can I not? Lu Ming chuckled. Just in time. Destruction cut. Xian Yinqing shouted and pressed her palms together. A terrifying cutting power erupted from the heavenly demon force field. This cutting power was formed from the concept of destruction and the heavenly demon force field. It was incomparably sharp. Even a level 5 spiritual weapon would be cut apart. Lu Ming condensed a long spear with true essence in his hand. With the tip as the center, the long spear spun rapidly like a drill and drilled in Xian Yinqing's direction. Bang! Bang! With a rumble, the domain in front of him was broken. Lu Ming stepped forward and avoided Xian Yinqing's attack. If he wanted to defeat Xian Yinqing, he would first have to rush out of this domain and kill his way to Xian Yinqing. Little Qing, after I take him down, I'll have to reward you. Lu Ming's gaze swept over Xian Yinqing's body. You want to take me down? Dream on. Xian Yinqing shouted and her bloodline erupted. Her slender jade-like hands pressed down again. A beautiful arm formed out of thin air and slapped down at Lu Ming. The terrifying palm energy swept towards Lu Ming like raging waves. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't dare to be careless. He stabbed out with his spear and a huge tricolor true dragon rushed out and collided with the beautiful palm. Boom. The earth trembled horribly. The terrain rose and fell. Violent energy swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he took 3 steps back. Xian Yinqing, on the other hand, took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was about to erupt his bloodline and fight with Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinqing withdrew her heavenly demon force field and said, Stop, stop. Today's a draw. Stop. Lu Ming was a little speechless. Putting everything else aside, Xian Yinqing was a good opponent. Lu Ming wanted to erupt his bloodline and fight with all his strength, but Xian Yinqing stopped. You're a big man. Why are you so serious when fighting with a little girl like me? How petty. Who wants to fight with you? Chapter 643. Lu Ming gave a wry smile. All right, it was Xian Yinqing who said he wanted to have a competition. Now it was Lu Ming who was in the wrong. What could Lu Ming say? He could only tell himself that he should never try to reason with a woman, because his reason might not be hers. With a faint smile, Xian Yinqing's figure flashed as he grabbed Dandan and placed her on his shoulder. Then he rose into the air and flew toward the west. Lu Ming walked in the air and chased after her. The chaotic astral ocean was not close from here. It was almost half the distance of the Yinfeng territory. Even with their speed, it would take them almost 10 days to fly there. Little Qing, you cultivate the destruction mentality and the win mentality, right? On the way, Lu Ming asked. Yes, I comprehended the destruction mentality from my bloodline. Xian Yinqing said. Those two mentalities don't seem to merge together. Do you think it's that easy to merge two mentalities? Xian Yinqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Then she thought of something and said, Not like you. You're so abnormal. I can teach you some experience of merging mentalities. How about it? Do you want to learn? Lu Ming said with a smile. Xian Yinqing's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lu Ming had successfully merged 3 mentalities. If she had Lu Ming's experience, she might really be able to merge 2 mentalities. If she could really merge the destruction mentality and the win mentality, her heavenly demon force field would be enhanced to a terrifying level. Are you so kind that you'll teach me? Xian Yinqing asked tentatively. Of course not. I have a condition. Come kiss me. I'll tell you how to merge them, Lu Ming said with a smile. Kiss you? Xian Yinqing's face was as red as a ripe apple. She glared fiercely at Lu Ming and said, I knew it. You're a pervert. You wish. Then she clenched her teeth. Well then forget it. I can't help it. Who told me to be a pervert? Lu Ming gave a long sigh. Xian Yanqing clenched her teeth. Her eyes kept changing. Then, she stared at Lu Ming with her face getting redder and redder. Finally, she actually approached him, closed her eyes and kissed Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's figure flashed and moved a few meters away. And laughed. Little Qing, what are you doing? It's just a joke. Did you take it? Haha. A scream came out of Xian Yanqing's mouth. Xian Yanqing blushed and glared at Lu Ming fiercely. She clenched her teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the end, she bared her teeth and pounced on Lu Ming to bite him. Lu Ming dodged and flew forward. He shouted, "Nest, the tigress is biting." Stop. No. I won't stop. The two of them disappeared into the sky, one chasing and one escaping. Days passed. On the way, Lu Ming occasionally teased Xian Yanqing. He was in a good mood. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy. He shared his experience with Xian Yanqing. In addition, he took out a lot of Destruction Profound crystals for Xian Yanqing. The Destruction Profound crystals were also one of the many Destruction Profound crystals that Lu Ming had obtained in the Heaven Realm. When Xian Yanqing saw Lu Ming take out a lot of Destruction Profound crystals, and there were even many middle-grade Destruction Profound crystals, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Of course, she put them away without hesitation. Then, she took out a martial skill book and gave it to Lu Ming. The Exploding Star Fist was a heaven-grade upper-grade martial skill. Combined with the fire concept, it could erupt with a terrifying power like the explosion of a star. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His current attack methods were indeed a little monotonous. With this Exploding Star Fist, his attack methods would be a little more varied. He had obtained some martial skill books from others before, but they were all heaven-grade lower grade. Lu Ming didn't care about them at all. Most of them needed to be used with weapons to cultivate. They weren't suitable for Lu Ming. This martial skill book was just right for Lu Ming. The two of them weren't in a hurry to travel. They cultivated as they traveled. If they had comprehended something, they would stop and cultivate for a while. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Exploding Star Fist was also improving rapidly. The two of them flew for more than 20 days before arriving at the destination that was supposed to take 10 days. The Random Star City was located on the shore of the chaotic astral ocean. It could be considered as the border between the Cloud Peak domain and the chaotic astral ocean. The Random Star City could be said to be the most prosperous city in the Cloud Peak domain. Everyone who wanted to enter the chaotic astral ocean from the Cloud Peak domain had to pass through the Random Star City. Countless merchant associations and caravans gathered here. The chaotic astral ocean could be said to be the largest inland sea in the eastern wilderness. Its area was larger than many large domains. There were many precious materials and strange treasures that couldn't be found in the outside world. Therefore, countless merchant associations took the risk to enter the chaotic astral ocean to search for materials and treasures unique to the chaotic astral ocean, and transport them to other large domains to sell. They could earn huge profits. And these merchant associations all had to set out from the Random Star City. It's really lively. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing walked to the streets of the Random Star City. Looking at the endless stream of people coming and going, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Inside, there were all kinds of wonderful materials and items from the sea. Lu Ming had never seen them before. It was a great eye-opener. After walking around, the two of them headed for the harbor outside the city. The so-called harbor of the Random Star City wasn't a place to dock ships, but a place to dock flying demonic beasts. This was because there were many aquatic demonic beasts living in the chaotic astral ocean. These aquatic demonic beasts were extremely powerful in the sea. They could overturn the clouds and rain. Ships sailing on the sea would definitely be defeated by the demonic beasts in the sea. Therefore, most people who entered the chaotic astral ocean rode on flying demonic beasts. Of course, riding on flying demonic beasts wasn't completely without danger. In the chaotic astral ocean, the weather was unpredictable. They might encounter a storm or thunderstorm at any time. As for the storms and thunderstorms, they were no ordinary storms and thunderstorms. Some of them were so terrifying that even kings would die within them. Also, the biggest danger in the chaotic astral ocean was pirates. Pirates were everywhere, robbing passers-by. The only outcome for those who were robbed was death. Therefore, all the warriors who wanted to enter the chaotic astral ocean would enter in groups. The most common way was to follow some caravans. The caravans themselves would have powerful forces, and they would also hire some guards with high cultivation. Therefore, as long as the caravans were given some spirit crystals, they would agree to go together. The benefits were mutual. One side could get the protection of the caravan's forces, and the other side, the more people there were in the caravans, the stronger the deterrence. Mutual benefits. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing also wanted to find a caravan to go together. They weren't afraid of the pirates in the chaotic astral ocean, but because the chaotic astral ocean was too big. If no one led the way, it would be very easy to get lost. Chapter 644. The port of Random Star City was bustling with noise and excitement. Huge flying beasts were parked there. There were wind eagles, gale eagles, four-winged flying tigers, and so on. All kinds of flying beasts had one thing in common, which was great endurance and huge size. Each demonic beast could carry at least a few dozen people. These demonic beasts were not all standing together. Instead, they were clearly divided into different factions. Lu Yuan Chamber of Commerce is going to Fengyuan Island. Is there anyone who wants to go with us? Only 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. Flame Chamber of Commerce is going to Jinsha Island. Let's go together. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce is calling for guards to go to Sea Lion Island. The price is set according to cultivation. Let's talk face to face. When the two arrived at the port, they heard shouts. Which island should we go to first? Xian Yanqing asked. Anything is fine. Let's choose a bigger island. Lu Ming said. The map shown by the Martial Emperor's treasure only pointed to the chaotic astral ocean, but it did not point to the specific location of the chaotic astral ocean. The two guessed that it would only point to the specific location when all 9 keys appeared. Therefore, they did not have a specific target and could only choose a random place. Then let's go to Jinsha Island. Jinsha Island is a big island with many martial artists gathered there. Xian Yanqing said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and then the two walked in the direction of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. You two, are you going to Jinsha Island? A middle-aged man with a goatee asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Go to Jinsha Island. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. Our young lady is there. You can go there to sign up and pay. The middle-aged man with a goatee pointed. The two looked over and saw a young woman surrounded by a group of people standing under a huge four-winged flying tiger. Okay, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked over with Xian Yanqing. Are you two going to Jinsha Island? The woman looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and smiled. The woman was in her 20s. She wore a light yellow long dress, which made her look delicate and pretty. This was the young lady that the goatee spoke of. Yes, this is the fee for both of us. Lu Ming took out 24,000 top-grade spiritual crystals and gave them to the young woman. The woman put it away and smiled. My name is Luo Xian. How should I address you? Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing also introduced themselves. Mr. Lu, Ms. Xie, the journey to Jinsha Island will take half a month. You can choose a four-winged flying tiger first. We will depart in 2 hours. Luo Xian smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then he and Xian Yanqing chose a four-winged flying tiger. This four-winged flying tiger was 20 meters tall and had a wide back. It was lying on the ground. There were already a few people sitting cross-legged on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. The two of them moved and landed on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. As soon as Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left, a cold-looking young man beside Luo Xian said, 2 more useless people. There is not a single expert on this trip to Jinsha Island. How unlucky. Chen Zhao, this is normal. We don't have experts with us every time. We are a caravan, so we have to rely more on ourselves, Luo Xian said. I know. Of course I know that. However, if there are experts with us, we will be able to reduce the number of casualties if we encounter danger. The others nodded. That was indeed the case. Their caravan had brought people with them for 2 reasons. First, they could earn some money. Second, they wanted to borrow some strength. If they encountered danger along the way, they would lend a helping hand. If there were a few experts with them, it would be much safer. While they were chatting, more people came over. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the flame caravan, as well as the guards, were all on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. Let's go. Luo Xian shouted. The four-winged flying tiger roared and soared into the sky, flying toward the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming glanced over. There were 64 winged flying tigers. There were about 20 people on each of them. In total, there were more than 1,000 people. Most of them were from the flame caravan. There were about 200 of them, like Lu Ming and the others, who were following the caravan to Jinsha Island. There was nothing but people on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. People would not carry goods. Martial artists were different from mortal caravans. Mortal caravans had to carry a large amount of goods. Martial artists' goods were all stored in their storage rings. The four-winged flying tiger roared as it flew. It had 4 huge fleshy wings that were more than 50 meters wide. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind swept up. The 60 huge four-winged flying tigers flew a few thousand meters in the air and formed a formation. A white-robed old man stood on the foremost four-winged flying tiger, looking into the distance. This old man was the guide of the caravan. Not only could he tell the direction, but he could also avoid thunderstorms and storms. He could see them from afar, and could always take a detour to avoid them. This was a guide that every caravan had. It was also called a wind guide. A wind guide was the most valuable asset of every caravan. It could help the caravan avoid many dangers. The salty sea breeze blew, and Lu Ming felt refreshed. This is the real sea. Lu Ming stood on the back of the four-winged flying tiger and looked into the distance. The blue sea was boundless, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was as if it was connected to the sky. The surface of the sea was very calm. It was completely different from the sea that Lu Ming saw in the heavenly realm. After looking for a while, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. The journey to Golden Sand Island would take half a month. During this time he could cultivate properly. He sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, and sat cross-legged under the lightning cauldron to comprehend the state of thunder. A few hours later, Lu Ming finished comprehending the state of thunder. He started to deduce the exploding star fist in his mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Splash! The sound of waves crashing came from below. At the same time, cries could be heard. When Lu Ming looked down, he was slightly startled. Large fish appeared on the surface of the sea below. These large fish were all black. Lu Ming estimated that each of them was about 100 meters long. There were more than 100 of them in total. They rolled in the sea and let out sharp cries. Now that he was in the deep sea, the number of sea demonic beasts gradually increased. Splash! Suddenly, a large part of the seawater caved in, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A large black fish was caught off guard, and was directly bitten in half by the sharp teeth. A massive shark leapt out of the water, giving off a monstrous aura. What a huge shark! Lu Ming estimated that this shark was at least 1,000 meters long. It was incomparably huge and looked like a small island in the sea. Chapter 645. The huge sharks chased after each other, dyeing the ocean red. Just at this moment, 2 large furry hands stretched out of the sea. These 2 hands were incomparably huge, and their palms were nearly 100 meters wide. They grabbed the shark's mouth and forcefully pulled. The shark's mouth was directly split in half, and even its body was almost torn apart, causing blood to spurt out. An incomparably huge ape emerged from the sea, opened its big mouth full of teeth, bit the shark, and tore off a large piece of shark meat from the shark. It's a water ape. It's so powerful. It's at least as powerful as a peak king. Not good. It's targeting us, someone exclaimed. At this moment, the water ape's huge eyes looked up at the sky, filled with a violent aura. But fortunately, it only glanced at the shark's body for a while before slowly sinking into the ocean and disappearing. The demonic beasts in the ocean are really powerful. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The most amazing thing was that the demon beasts in the sea were too huge. They were easily a few hundred meters long, or even 1,000 meters long. On land, it was rare to see such a huge body, unless it was a powerful demon beast that had inherited the bloodline of a divine beast. In the sea, the law of the jungle was displayed even more vividly. Continuing to fly, Lu Ming saw even more huge and powerful demonic beasts along the way. Once, they met a demonic beast that looked like a dragon. It was 2,000 meters long and had a boundless aura. It was definitely equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm demonic beast. Fortunately, they went around it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. No wonder it was said that ships couldn't move forward in the chaotic astral ocean. They would definitely be torn apart by these huge demonic beasts. 5 days later. There's a thunderstorm ahead. Turn around and head right. Feng Xiangshi yelled from the first four-winged sky tiger. The flame caravan immediately turned around and flew to the right. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the thunder intent and exploding star fist. The rest of the time, he cultivated spirit fire. Adding the time before, Lu Ming had already cultivated exploding star fist to the 2nd level. Its power was already not bad. After all, he lacked practice and couldn't take out the Enlightenment ancient tree to cultivate, so his cultivation speed was naturally not fast. Wang. Buzz. On the evening of the 8th day, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly came from the front. The sound was rapidly approaching. Not good, it's flying arrowfish, a school of flying arrowfish. A loud roar reverberated throughout all the four-winged flying sky tigers. Get ready for battle. Just as he finished speaking, a resplendent attack burst forth from the front. Lu Ming's four-winged flying tiger was at the back of the formation. For the time being, it was not attacked. He looked forward. The sky in front of them was densely packed. It was a type of fish with wings. It was about half a meter long and had a sharp mouth like an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. This kind of fish was the flying arrowfish. With a flap of their wings, their bodies shot out like arrows, piercing through the air and making tearing sounds. Most of these fish were only equivalent to the martial arts grandmaster level, but there were too many of them. A small number of them had reached the level of martial king. Boom, boom. Multicolored attacks flashed out, and large swaths of flying arrowfish were killed, falling into the sea like raindrops. Everyone attack! Kill these flying arrowfish and leave this place at once. Chen Zhao floated in the air and uttered a roar. With a single slap, over 1,000 flying arrowfish were killed, displaying his strength of the 7th layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming shook his head and did not interfere. Although there were a lot of flying arrowfish, their strength was not strong enough to cause any harm to the merchant group. Thus there was no need for him to interfere. Beside him, Xian Yinqing had no intention of interfering either, and continued to sit with his legs crossed. As expected, the school of flying arrowfish was almost wiped out in a short while, allowing the merchant group to leave the place and continue flying forward. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a figure appeared before Lu Ming and the others. It was Chen Zhao. At that instant, Chen Zhao's icy face became even colder. He stared at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing and said, "Why didn't you two interfere just then?" His tone was extremely unfriendly, as if he was questioning them. Lu Ming frowned. He did not like it when others spoke to him in such a tone. Therefore, he was naturally unhappy. He said calmly, "It's just some flying swordfish. We don't have to do anything. When the time comes, we will naturally do it." "Haha, no need for you to interfere? How ridiculous. Do you think you're peerless experts? How ridiculous. I think you don't even dare to interfere. You're just a coward." Chen Zhao burst out laughing with a mocking look. Xian Yinqing's eyes flickered coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said in a cold tone, "It's none of your business whether we're experts or not. Besides, we've paid chi crystals for this trip. I've never heard of any rules stating that we're required to interfere." Chen Zhao's expression stiffened. It was true that there was no rule stating that they were required to participate in the journey after paying chi crystals. As a matter of fact, people like Lu Ming and his crew were not required to interfere. However, most people would interfere when they were in danger, just so the merchant group could reach their destination as soon as possible. Chen Zhao. That's enough. At this moment, Luo Xian flew over and chided. Then she smiled at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. "Young Master Lu Miss Xie, Chen Zhao is a little hot-tempered. I hope you don't mind him. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and did not say anything. You're weak and you're a coward. Just say so. Chen Zhao coldly left behind these words, then left and flew off into the distance. Young Master Lu, Miss Ye, I'm sorry. Luo Xian smiled apologetically and left as well. What a snob. Xian Yanqing curled his lips. Lu Ming smiled faintly and rubbed his nose. It was not that they did not want to interfere, but he had already seen that the flying arrowfish did not pose a threat to the merchant group. It did not matter whether they interfered or not. That was why they did not interfere. If the merchant group was in danger, they would not sit back and do nothing. The small incident was over just like that. The merchant group continued on their journey. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the 10th day, a small island appeared in front of them. The Zhongyi Island is up ahead. Let's go down and rest for the night. We'll continue tomorrow. Luo Xian's voice was heard. The four-winged flying tiger had been flying for 10 days. No matter how strong its stamina was, it was tired and needed rest. It could not travel continuously. The four-winged flying tiger roared and flew toward the island below. The island was not big. It had a radius of about 1,000 miles. It was originally a place for merchant groups to rest midway. They landed on a huge square on the island. Shopkeeper Yan, the Flame Trade Union is here. Prepare some good food for us. A burly man flew down from the Flame Trade Union and shouted. Huge stone houses were built on the side of the square. In the past, the merchant groups that passed by would rest there and have some food. Chapter 646. What's going on today? In the past, shopkeeper Yin would come out to greet us before we landed. Why isn't there anyone today? Chen Zhao frowned. Luo Xian also frowned. Suddenly, her expression changed and she said, Oh no, something's wrong. Let's leave quickly. Let's go, let's go. It was clear that some of the more experienced people had also thought of something and shouted out one after another. Ha ha ha, it's too late to leave now. Stay here. A cold laugh was heard. Then the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Figures appeared in all directions of the square. There were at least 1,000 of them, standing in the air and surrounding the flame merchant team. Pirates, they're pirates! Someone exclaimed. The faces of Luo Xian and the others darkened. Traveling in the chaotic astral ocean was not a big deal, but pirates were the scariest. The chaotic astral sea was originally a gathering place for some evil people. Those evil people who couldn't survive in the eastern wasteland would go to the chaotic astral sea, and no one could find them. The pirates in the chaotic astral ocean were even more vicious. They specialized in killing passing caravans and robbing cultivation resources. Their methods were extremely ruthless and did not leave anyone alive. Some pirates even practiced evil cultivation methods that required killing, blood, and even the souls of martial artists to cultivate. Everyone were from the Flame Merchant team. I hope you can give us some face. I know the rules. I'll give you 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals, and let us leave. How about that? Luo Xian flew out, and wanted to negotiate with them. The Flame Merchant team was a huge merchant team in the chaotic astral ocean. They were powerful and famous. Some pirates would give them some face when they heard about the Flame Merchant team. Unfortunately, Luo Xian was wrong. A burly man with a scar on his face flew out. He looked at Luo Xian's curvy body with a burning gaze and sneered. 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals, and you want to send us away? Do you think we're beggars? How about this? Leave half of your goods behind. Also, serve me for a night. If I'm satisfied, I'll consider letting you go. Then the burly man with a scar licked his lips. His eyes were full of lust. Luo Xian's face turned pale. You're dreaming. Don't think you can defeat us. You have less than 1,000 people. We have more people than you. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Chen Zhao shouted, his anger soaring to the heavens. Haha, so what if you have more people? In my eyes, we're all lambs. Kid, let me tell you. We've never won't win with numbers. The burly man with a scar on his face. What? You're the blood pirates? The faces of Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the people at the scene changed drastically. Fear was written all over their faces. Hee. It seems like you've heard of the Blood Evil Pirate Group. You should also know that our methods have always been to eliminate the source of trouble and leave no one alive. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll be lenient. It's still the same as before. As long as you serve me well and leave half of the goods, I'll let you go. Chun Zhao's expression kept changing, and he didn't continue speaking. Don't even think about it. Miss, I'll use all my strength to escort you out. The blood pirates can't be trusted. Even if we agree to their conditions, they'll go back on their words. An elder walked out from behind Luo Xian. His body emitted a powerful aura. This elder was a peak-tier king. Old man, you want to escort her out by yourself? Stop dreaming. The burly man with a scar smiled coldly. A peak-tier king also emitted a powerful aura. Peak-tier king. This burly man was also a peak-tier king. Not only that, but another powerful aura appeared behind the burly man. It was also a peak-tier king. The blood pirates had sent out 2 peak-tier kings. Everyone's heart sank. The Flaming Merchant group only had 1 peak-tier king, and he usually wouldn't attack just in case. Normal pirate groups rarely had peak-tier kings, but the blood pirates were an extremely powerful pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. It was normal for them to have peak-tier kings. No one had expected 2 to come. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now you have no chance. The burly man with the scar's eyes flashed with a fiendish and bloodthirsty light as his aura became stronger and stronger. Kill. Cripple the young girl's cultivation and leave her behind. Kill everyone else. The burly man with the scar roared. Kill. Kill. The blood pirates all roared as their fiendish auras spread out. From their auras, every member of the blood pirates was covered in blood and had fought for a long time. Such people had rich battle experience. Ordinary cultivators would feel uneasy and their battle power would decrease if they were suppressed by their fiendish aura. Shwa. Shwa. Roars rang out one after another as they charged towards the Flame Trade Union. Chun Zhao, take the young lady and charge out. This old man will block them. The peak-tier king of the Flame Merchant group roared as he charged at the burly man with a scar. Old man, die. The burly man with the scar's eyes were cold as he slashed out with a blood-colored saber. A river of blood surged toward the elder from the Flame Merchant group. Star-breaking sword. The elder from the Flame Merchant group stabbed out with his sword. Specks of starlight shot toward the burly man. Boom. With a loud explosion, his body trembled as he rapidly retreated. With one move, he was at a disadvantage. Luo Xian and the others felt despair in their hearts. You want to stop me with this little bit of battle power? You're courting death. The burly man with a scar laughed coldly. Go, you guys, go. The elder roared at Luo Xian and the others. Ego? Where do you think you're going? A cold laugh sounded as a skinny figure appeared in front of Luo Xian. His aura was unfathomable. This person was the other peak-tier king of the blood pirates. Luo Xian, Chun Zhao, and the others' faces were as white as paper and their hearts were dead. At this moment, screams came from all directions. The blood pirates had the upper hand in the first exchange, and people from the Flame Merchant group were constantly being killed. Old 5, this girl isn't bad. After you play with her, you have to let me play with her. The skinny man looked at Luo Xian as a fiery light flashed in his eyes. Okay, old 6, since you like her, of course you can. The burly man with a scar laughed coldly. Luo Xian's body started to tremble. Damn it, damn it. If my big brother was here, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. Chun Zhao roared. Die. Following this, the burly man with a scar slashed at the elder. Boom. The elder's body retreated once more as blood spilled from his mouth. Even peak-tier kings had a huge difference in battle power. It was obvious that the burly man with a scar was stronger than the elder. Old man, 3 more slashes and I'll kill you. The burly man with a scar laughed coldly. You won't have the chance. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded. Chapter 647. The Scar-faced man was shocked. He didn't even see how the 2 of them appeared. The 2 of them were naturally Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. When the Scar-faced man saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's age, he heaved a sigh of relief. How much of a threat could 2 young men in their 20s be? It seemed like he was too careless and didn't notice them. It's them. Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others also saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. What are the two of them doing here? Are they courting death? Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask. Young Master Lu, the Flame Trade Union can't even protect themselves in this situation. They can't protect you guys. You guys should run for your lives. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape. Quick. Luo Xian's character wasn't bad. She was still thinking about others at this moment. Leave, none of you can leave. Haha, there's actually such a beauty in this world. What luck. At this moment, the scar-faced man's eyes were fixed on Xian Yanqing. His body was emitting blazing flames. Old Five, the one from before is yours. This chick is mine. The skinny man's eyes were also fixed on Xian Yanqing. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. She was too beautiful. Simply too beautiful. Luo Xian was considered a decent beauty, but compared to Xian Yanqing, she was far inferior. They couldn't help but sigh and rejoice. Today's luck was too good. Luo Xian sighed inwardly. It's over. Xian Yanqing is so beautiful. Now that two peak-tier kings of the Blood Evil Pirate Group have their eyes on him, how can he escape? Xian Yanqing frowned. The killing intent in his eyes was incomparably cold. All of you must die. A cold voice came out from Xian Yanqing's mouth, causing the others to be stunned. Xian Yanqing actually wanted to kill two peak-tier kings. What wishful thinking. Little Qing, leave these two to me. I'm looking for someone to practice my fist. You go and help the others. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing coldly glanced at the scar-faced man and the skinny bamboo pole, and said, Fine, I will leave them to you, but don't kill them easily, I will kill them. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The others were stunned. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. What were they doing? Could it be that in their hearts, the scarred man and the skinny bamboo pole were trash that could be killed at will? After all, these were two peak kings. Truly, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Senior, go and help the others. Leave these two to me. Lu Ming strode forward and said to the pinnacle king of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. The old man was also stunned. Brat, it's your mistake to pretend to be a hero. Die. The scar-faced burly man shouted coldly and slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber gleam cut through the air with a whistling sound and slashed at Lu Ming's head. Its power was stronger than before. Be careful. Luo Xian exclaimed subconsciously. I'll use you guys to practice my fist. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he threw a punch. Exploding star fist. Space shook as a fiery red fist light shot out like a meteor towards the scar-faced man's blade light. Wherever the fist aura passed, due to its ferocity, it turned the air into liquid. The liquid wrapped around the fist aura and collided with the saber aura. Boom. With a loud explosion, the scar-faced man's blade light was directly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Not only that, the remaining fist light forced the scar-faced man back. Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others' eyes almost popped out. Their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Lu Ming actually destroyed the arrogant scar-faced man's blade light with a single punch, and forced him back. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? This was a true pinnacle expert. As for the burly man with the scar, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lu Ming to have such powerful combat abilities. Come here. At this moment Lu Ming punched out. A bright fist light pierced through the void and blasted towards the skinny man. The skinny man still wanted to stop Xian Yanqing, but Lu Ming quickly pulled him over. It was not easy to find a few opponents to practice with. It would be a pity if the skinny man was killed by Xian Yanqing in one move. The explosive fist light created a huge pressure on the skinny man. He could only block it with all his strength. Boom! The fist light exploded and the skinny man was blasted 1,000 meters away. Let's work together and kill this little bastard. The scar-faced man roared. All right. Swish. Swish. The skinny man and the scar-faced man worked together and attacked Lu Ming with all their strength. Good. Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches. Fist gleams burst out, cutting across 1,000 meters of the void and blasting toward the duo. With 2 explosions, the 2 were sent flying again. Swish. Swish. Immediately after, 2 more fist lights pierced through the void and blasted towards the 2. The fist lights seemed to be endless. The scar-faced man and the skinny man were completely suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his true yuan, and the exploding star fist not being fully developed. Otherwise, they would have been blasted to death by Lu Ming. Sky Demon Force Field. On the other side, Xian Yanqing's delicate voice sounded. With a press of her jade-like hand, the terrifying Sky Demon Force Field covered 1,000 meters. All the blood evil pirates within, whether they were late-stage kings or ordinary kings, were sliced into pieces and died. Luo Xian and the others were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Geniuses. I didn't think that we would have two peerless geniuses in our team this time. How lucky. The old man at the peak of the king realm sighed, and his face was covered in happiness. Yeah, I really didn't expect this. Luo Xian also sighed. On the other hand, Chen Zhao felt his face burning. He thought back to 2 days ago. At that time, he had pointed out that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were cowards and didn't dare to attack because of their low cultivation. Now that he thought about it, every word he said was like a pair of slaps to his face. Lu Ming was right. They didn't attack because there was no need for them to attack in that situation. They would naturally attack when needed. However, he still ridiculed Lu Ming. Damn it, they made me lose face. Aren't they just peak kings? My big brother is much stronger than them. Chen Zhao didn't feel good. He thought that Lu Ming had made him lose face. Let's attack together and kill these blood evil pirates, said the old man. His figure flashed, and he charged at the blood evil pirates. With the two peak kings, the old man and Xian Yanqing, attacking, the blood evil pirates were naturally one-sided, and large numbers of them were killed. This was especially true for Xian Yanqing. The moment she released her Sky Demon Force Field, a large number of pirates were enveloped, and they had nowhere to run. The more the blood evil pirates fought, the more shocked they became. That fiendish aura from before had already faded, and only fear remained. Retreat, retreat. The other side has too many peak kings. Some blood evil pirates roared. They had already lost their fighting spirit. The moment their fighting spirit disappeared, their battle power weakened, and more people were killed. Chapter 648. Kill. Many members of the Flame Merchant Association roared, their eyes red from the killing. They had thought that they were going to die today, but the situation suddenly reversed and their morale soared. In just a few minutes, several hundred of the blood evil pirates had been killed. Finally, the blood evil pirates collapsed and retreated. Xian Yanqing and the others chased crazily, leaving a large number of corpses along the way. Of the 1,000 blood evil pirates, at least 800 were killed. Only 100 or 200 managed to escape. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's fist energy was like a rainbow as it tore through the air like a meteor, bombarding the scar-faced man and the skinny man endlessly. The scar-faced man and the skinny man were already trembling as blood flowed out of their noses and mouths. Their internal organs had already been injured by Lu Ming's fist energy. Awesome, awesome. Lu Ming felt that the exploding star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. It was much more comfortable than when he had comprehended it by himself. Lu Ming felt that the exploding star fist was approaching the 3rd level. Cultivating a martial technique required great battles. The knife-scarred man and the skinny bamboo pole watched as their subordinates were killed or fled. Others like Xian Yanqing and the old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce rushed back. Their hearts sank. They knew that today, they were most likely going to die. Damn it. Even if I die today, I won't let you off easily. Let's die together. The scar-faced man roared with murderous intent. They were used to life and death in the chaotic astral ocean, and they often walked on the edge of life and death. At this moment, their ferocious nature was aroused. Let's die together. The skinny man's aura also became berserk. Not good. They're going to self-detonate. The old man from the Flame Merchant Association exclaimed, retreat. Retreat. Chen Zhao and the others who were watching the battle started to scream in fear. The self-detonation of a peak-tier king was extremely terrifying. Everything within 100 miles would be affected. Did I allow them to self-detonate? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and his true essence crazily erupted. Lu Ming's current Zhen Yuan was extremely strong, and once it erupted, The two fist energies immediately became incomparably terrifying, and instantly shattered the void, exploding on the body of the scarred man and the skinny bamboo pole. Before the two of them could self-destruct, they were torn apart by the terrifying power. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure moved. In a flash, he swallowed their blood essence and put away their storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming's devouring of blood essence was done very discreetly. The devouring power acted on his palm and absorbed the blood essence. Then Lu Ming's figure flickered, flitting past the corpses and devouring their blood essence. There were almost 800 people here, with 200 to 300 martial emperor realm cultivators. The blood essence was too rich. How could he miss it? Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others were dumbfounded. Two peak kings were killed by Lu Ming just like that. After a while, there was an earth-shattering cheer. Most of the people were cheering, especially those from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. They often came to the chaotic astral sea and naturally knew the reputation of the blood pirates. They originally thought that this time, they were doomed, but they didn't expect Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to be so unbelievably strong. They were actually two peak kings who easily crushed their opponents. Naturally, they were cheering, happy, and excited to escape death. I heard that during this period, many young geniuses have entered the chaotic astral sea to gain experience. There are even top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Are these two geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents? I don't know. I don't know their names. In my opinion, even if they're not on the list of top 1,000 talents, they're close to it. There was a burst of discussion all around. Master Lu, Miss Xie, thank you so much for saving us this time. Luo Xian can't thank you enough. Luo Xian walked up to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and bowed. Miss Luo Xian, there's no need to be so polite. Like I said, if you need my help, I'll definitely help. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, if we don't help, I'm afraid someone will drive us away. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly and glanced at Chen Zhao, who was standing not far away. Of course, this sentence also reached Chen Zhao's ears. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Aren't they just peak kings? It took so long to kill two pirates, and their names aren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. What's there to be proud of? If my brother wasn't over 30 years old, he would have been on the list of top 1,000 talents. Chen Zhao secretly gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Alright, let's rest. Lu Ming strode toward a stone house. The others also began to clean up the battlefield. There was no one in the stone house. Obviously, the people on this island had long been killed by the blood pirates. Lu Ming randomly found a stone house and began to refine the essence blood. The essence blood of two peak kings, more than a dozen kings in the profound realm, and hundreds of martial artists of various levels was extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of it to improve the Nine Dragons bloodline. Unfortunately, the Nine Dragons bloodline did not advance to the 9th level of the king level. The amount of essence blood needed to advance to the 9th level of the king level was far from enough. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, the four-winged flying tiger had rested enough, so the group set off again toward Jinsha Island. Along the way, they encountered some trouble, and even encountered a small pirate group. However, this pirate group didn't even have a peak king, and was easily defeated. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Jinsha Island. Jinsha Island was one of the larger and more famous islands in the chaotic astral ocean. It had a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, like a continent. There was a lot of golden sand on it, so it was named Jinsha Island. Jinsha Island could be considered a large gathering place in the chaotic astral ocean. There were many factions coming and going, and at least several tens of millions of martial artists had gathered here. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts were not in the minority. It was just that Sea of Soul Realm experts usually did not show themselves. The four-winged flying tiger of flame commerce landed on a vast golden beach. Young Master Lu, Miss Xie, this should be your first time coming to Jinsha Island, right? Our flame commerce has a large gathering place here. Why don't you come and have a seat? I'll be the host and take you on a tour. Luo Xian walked over to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and said with a smile, Many thanks, Miss Luo Xian. However, The two of us have other matters to attend to. Let's talk next time. Lu Ming declined. Oh, since that's the case, then next time. However, young Master Lu, Miss Xie, the chaotic astral ocean is not like the outside world. Here, there are no laws and no heavens. Killing can happen at any time. You two must be careful. Luo Xian warned with good intentions. Many thanks, Miss Luo. Farewell. Chapter 649. Luo Xian sighed as she watched Lu Ming and Chen Xiaobei leave. What a pity. It would be great if our Flame Chamber of Commerce could employ such geniuses. Miss, that's basically impossible. They've reached the Peak King realm at such a young age. They're definitely the successors of some major force. In a few years, they might even make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. Their futures are limitless. How could our Flame Chamber of Commerce hire such people? The Peak King from the Flame Chamber of Commerce walked to the side and said softly, Elder Wu, you overestimate them. In my opinion, their battle strength is only average. My brother can definitely defeat them easily. They're just lucky to be born in a major force and rely on huge amounts of resources to raise their cultivation. There are many people like them in those major forces, and they definitely won't make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. Chen Zhao walked up and sneered. He was still very unhappy with Lu Ming. Luo Xian sighed. Chen Zhao was too narrow-minded. He would never amount to anything. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing flew into the air and headed toward the interior of Jinsha Island. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The two of them flew toward the city. There was no one guarding the city. People came and went, and it was very lively. As Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing approached the city gate, they immediately attracted many gazes. Most of these gazes were from burly men. These men were burly and strong, and their killing intent was undisguised. They stared at Xian Yanqing with burning eyes. Not only were there middle-aged men, but there were also a few white-haired old men. Their eyes were also burning as they looked at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing frowned. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Xian Yanqing's charm was too great. He attracted attention wherever he went. Lu Ming could not stop others from looking. However, if someone wanted to go further, Lu Ming's fist would have been itching for a fight. The two of them ignored the gazes and walked into the city. Inside the city, there were many shops, and it was even more lively. There were many stalls set up on both sides of the street, and many strange things were being sold. I didn't expect there to be so many warriors on Jinsha Island. Lu Ming thought to himself. Furthermore, Lu Ming discovered that the quality of the cultivators on Jinsha Island was very high. There were almost no weaklings. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them, and saw that most of them were martial kings. Of course, there were also those below the martial king level. However, they were all high-level martial arts grandmasters. The weaker ones did not dare to wander around. It was no wonder that the entire eastern wasteland had many ferocious warriors or warriors who had practiced evil martial arts. Many of them would come to the chaotic astral sea, which led to the fact that the chaotic astral sea had many high-class warriors. The number of high-class warriors in the chaotic astral sea was much higher than in most of the big areas. Martial kings were everywhere. Brat, what the fuck do you mean? I saw this deep-sea frosty iron first. What are you trying to do by interfering halfway? Do you want to die? I think you're the one who wants to die. So what if you like her? I want this deep-sea frosty iron. In front of a stall, two burly men in their 40s were arguing. You're courting death. With a loud roar, one of the burly men pulled out his saber and slashed at the other man. You're the one who's going to die. A long spear appeared in the other man's hand. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced the throat of the man in front of him. The man let out a loud roar and collapsed to the ground. Humph, you're really courting death. How dare you try to snatch the deep-sea frosty iron from this old man? The burly man with the long spear put away his long spear and took the storage ring of the other man. Then he looked at the stall owner again. The deep-sea frosty iron is mine, the burly man said. Okay. The stall owner smiled and handed a piece of metal to the burly man. He did not find it strange that one of the men had died. The people around them did the same. They just glanced at it casually, and then went on with their own business, as if it was a common thing. Not long after, several black-clothed men appeared and took the corpse away. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other and continued to walk forward. Old bastard! You dare to touch my woman? Die! They had not taken a few steps when another loud roar came from the front. A man in his 30s chopped an old man in half with an axe. The people around them just glanced at each other and then went on with their own business. The chaotic astral ocean was indeed the chaotic astral ocean. It was chaotic enough. Killing people was a common occurrence. One wrong word and blood would splatter. Let's find a restaurant and have something to eat, Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. The two of them were used to the wind and waves. They had experienced countless life and death battles. Naturally, they got used to it quickly. Xian Yanqing nodded and the two of them walked toward a restaurant. Boom! Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the whole restaurant exploded with a boom. Broken wood and stones flew everywhere. Some of the people with lower cultivation were directly injured by the broken stones. Lu Ming waved his hands and his vital essence burst forth. The front part of the gravel and wood fragments that were shooting toward them collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of figures flew out from the 9th floor. Hey, you're cursing. Even a cup of wine can't be at peace. Which bastard is fighting in the restaurant? The sound of cursing could be heard. Boom! Two figures rushed into the sky from the smoke and dust and started fighting. Powerful auras filled the air. One of them was a burly man, and the other was an old man. Both of them were 9th-layer Martial King Realm cultivators. Many people shut their mouths. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged dozens of blows in the air. In the end, the burly man was stronger and killed the old man with a slash. You dare to go against me? You're courting death. The burly man cursed. He took the storage ring and was about to leave. Wait a minute. A short and fat man dressed like a shopkeeper flew into the sky and said with a smile, You two have destroyed my restaurant. You haven't paid for it and you want to leave. That's too immoral. Fatty, you want me to pay for it? Hee hee, I think you're tired of living. The burly man glanced at the short and fat shopkeeper and revealed a hideous smile. I'm running a small business. Of course I have to pay for it. The short and fat shopkeeper said with a smile. Pay for it. Fine, I'll pay with your head. The burly man revealed a hideous smile and slashed his sword at the shopkeeper's throat. The short and fat shopkeeper was still smiling. When the burly man's sword was about to reach him, he struck out with his palm. A huge palm condensed and crushed the burly man's sword light, grabbing him in its hand. A peak martial king. I'll pay. The burly man yelled in fear. However, with a squeeze of the hand, the burly man's body exploded. A storage ring flew into the short and fat shopkeeper's hand. Wouldn't it be fine if you paid for it earlier? You're courting death. Sigh, I have to rebuild the restaurant again. What a loss, what a loss. The short and fat shopkeeper sighed. It seems like we'll have to eat at another restaurant. Lu Ming was speechless. This place is quite interesting. What do you think? Chapter 650. Indeed, this place was very interesting. For the strong, it was heaven, but for the weak, it was hell. They had to live in fear. Otherwise, they would be killed at any time. In another restaurant, the waiter respectfully welcomed Lu Ming and his companion into the restaurant. There was a flattering smile on his face. The waiter was not even a martial grandmaster. In Jinsha Island he was at the bottom. Anyone could kill him with one finger. Therefore he lived in fear and trepidation. Sir, what do you need? Just tell me. The waiter asked with a smile as he led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to a table on the 2nd floor. Just give us some wine and dishes. Lu Ming smiled and ordered some wine and dishes. Sir, please wait a moment. It will be served soon. The waiter turned and ran back. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into a big man. The big man's genuine vitality shook. The waiter stumbled back 5 or 6 steps and sat on the ground. Boy, don't you have eyes? How dare you bump into me? I think you're tired of living. The big man had only one eye and was wearing an eye patch. He stared fiercely at the waiter. The waiter's face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. He kneeled down in front of the one-eyed man and began to kowtow. He cried out, Master, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. Master, Please spare my life. The waiter kowtowed. He did not dare to use his genuine chi to defend himself. After a while, blood flowed from his forehead. However, he did not dare to wipe it off. He continued to kowtow desperately. Spare your life? In your dreams. Since you don't look where you're going, I'll dig your eyes out and make you blind. The big man with one eye revealed a ferocious smile. The waiter's face was pale and full of despair. In Jinsha Island, with his cultivation, if he went blind, he would die. Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life this time. The waiter kowtowed desperately and begged bitterly. The one-eyed man remained unmoved, and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. One of his own eyes had been gouged out. Since then, he especially liked to gouge out other people's eyes. That way, he would feel the pleasure of revenge. Whoosh! The one-eyed man's 2 fingers pierced towards the waiter's eyes as fast as lightning. The burly man was a lesser perfection king, whereas the waiter was not even a martial ancestor realm cultivator. The difference between them was like heaven and earth, and it was impossible for the waiter to avoid them. Lu Ming frowned and raised his hand. A stream of Zhen Yuan swept out and wrapped around the child. Then he pulled the child back and dodged the one-eyed man's attack. The waiter was pulled to their table by Lu Ming. He was still in shock and trembled all over. The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming and the others with a malevolent look in his eyes. Especially when he looked at Xian Yanqing, his eyes were full of lust. Brat, you dare to meddle in my business? I think you're tired of living. The one-eyed man smiled ferociously and walked towards Lu Ming's group. The waiter was scared out of his wits. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the one-eyed man. He picked up his wine cup and slowly took a sip. Ta. The one-eyed man walked step by step to Lu Ming's table, and said with a voice full of killing intent, Brat, you're lucky today. Our brother Feng has taken a fancy to this girl, and asked her to accompany him to drink. Also, if you cripple your own eyes, we'll forget about this matter and spare your life. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He had long seen that the burly man's target was Xian Yanqing. As soon as they went upstairs, the one-eyed man's table looked at Xian Yanqing with burning eyes. Then, the one-eyed man got up and walked over. He deliberately stood behind the waiter, causing the waiter to bump into him. The one-eyed man did all this on purpose. He was just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. Scram! Lu Ming took a sip of wine and coldly spat out the word scram. The one-eyed man's face changed, and then became more ferocious. He said, Brat, I wanted to spare your life, but you're courting death. Whoosh! Then the one-eyed man's finger stabbed towards Lu Ming's eyes like a sword. Then there was a shrill scream. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who screamed, but the one-eyed man. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a spear light flashed and blinded the one-eyed man's other eye. The one-eyed man covered his eye with his palm and blood flowed from his face. He roared and screamed like a wild beast. Ah, kill, little bastard, I'll kill you, I'll kill your whole family. The one-eyed man roared and rushed towards Lu Ming like a madman. In the next moment, the one-eyed man's body flew out of the window of the restaurant and fell heavily on the street outside the restaurant. His scream came to an abrupt end. The one-eyed man was dead. Boom, boom, boom. At a table near the window, 3 men suddenly stood up and emitted a powerful and cold aura. The temperature in the restaurant dropped rapidly as if winter had arrived. The one-eyed man had been at the same table as these 3. It's Gu Feng from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. That brat is in danger. The one he just killed is Gu Feng's man. Gu Feng will definitely not let him go. That's for sure. The Lone Wolf Adventurer team is quite strong on Golden Sand Island. This Gu Feng is also used to being a tyrant. The key is his big brother Lone Wolf, who is a peak king. Around them, other people whispered. Most of them were looking at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with schadenfreude. Hearing the Lone Wolf Adventurer team, the waiter's face became even paler and his body trembled. It's over. Young master, please leave. Don't worry about me. My life is worthless. Don't lose your life because of me, the waiter said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This waiter was quite nice. He was clearly scared to death, but he still asked Lu Ming and the others to leave. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled with a calm expression. Pung. Right then, the 3 men had already arrived before Lu Ming and the others. The man in the front was in his 30s. His neck was a bit crooked, but his eyes were extremely cold. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Brat, you dare to kill our lone wolf adventurer team's people. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." Then he looked at Xian Yanqing. His eyes scanned Xian Yanqing's body, revealing his lust, and said, "Little girl, immediately draw the line between you and this brat. Then, follow me back and serve me well as my maid. This way, you can live comfortably on Golden Sand Island. Do you understand? Hurry up." "Idiot." Lu Ming took another sip of wine, and said indifferently. Gu Feng's eyes shone with an ominous light as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, what did you say? I don't care what force you are from. When you come to Chaotic Astral Ocean and Golden Sand Island, even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil up." Before he finished speaking, Gu Feng attacked, his claw grabbing at Lu Ming's throat. Chapter 651. However, before Gu Feng's claws could reach Lu Ming, he was enveloped by a powerful force field. His movements immediately became as slow as a snail's. "You're so noisy. I can't even eat in peace. So annoying," Xian Yanqing said coldly. Gu Feng's face revealed a terrified expression. He wanted to turn around, but with a bang, he turned into a bloody mist. Yes, under the terrifying force field, he turned into a bloody mist. Not even his bones were left. Only a storage ring was left, and Xian Yanqing grabbed it. The others in the restaurant were shocked. Xian Yanqing's methods were truly evil. He didn't even move, but he turned Gu Feng into a bloody mist. It was so terrifying that it made one's scalp go numb. As for the two burly men who were with Gu Feng, their faces instantly became pale, without a trace of blood. You killed Gu Feng. Our captain won't let you go. Our captain is a peak-level king," one of them said with a trembling voice. "Oh, so you're saying that this battle is unavoidable?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right," the burly man replied. "Okay, then you guys stand there and wait for us to finish our meal," Lu Ming said lightly. He continued to pick up the wine glass and took a sip. Xian Yanqing was the same, but her face was a bit cold. The two burly men stood there. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. They could only look at each other and stand there, not knowing what Lu Ming was planning. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished his meal and said to the waiter, "Little brother, you can go back to work." "Huh." The waiter was stunned. However, he still stared at the two Lone Wolves adventurer team's men in fear. "Don't worry. From now on, Golden Sand Island will no longer have the Lone Wolf adventurer group." Lu Ming smiled. The others were shocked. What did Lu Ming mean? They soon understood. Lu Ming looked at the two burly men and said, "Lead the way." "What?" The two men were stunned. "Lead the way to your Lone Wolf adventurer team's nest. Hurry up." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as killing intent filled the air. The two men shuddered. Lu Ming actually wanted to go to Lone Wolf's headquarters? What was he planning to do? Annihilate Lone Wolf? Could it be that this time, we've really provoked two fiends that we shouldn't have? The two men's hearts turned cold. "Hurry up if you don't want to die immediately." The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew even stronger. The two burly men's faces turned pale as they hurriedly nodded. No matter what, they would leave this matter to their leader, Lone Wolf, to handle. They secretly prayed that Lone Wolf would be able to kill Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The two burly men led the way. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing headed towards Lone Wolf's lair. "Let's go take a look." These two youngsters actually want to kill their way into Lone Wolf's headquarters. How shocking. They're so confident. They definitely have the ability to back it up. This time, Lone Wolf might have kicked an iron plate. I heard that many young geniuses from the eastern wilderness have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. These two might very well be those geniuses. Looks like we'll have to keep a low profile when we see young people. The others in the restaurant discussed as they went down the restaurant and followed Lu Ming's group. Along the way, when others learned the truth, they also followed. In a short while there were hundreds of people following behind them. There were many adventurer teams in the chaotic astral ocean. These adventurer teams would usually enter dangerous places to go on adventures and search for treasures. However, most adventurer teams would mainly act as guards for caravans and earn money. The Flame Trade Union had previously hired an adventurer team. The Lone Wolf Adventurer Team's lair was located in a mountain 3,000 miles west of the city. What's going on? Enemy attack. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, there was a loud shout in the lair of the Lone Wolf Adventurer Team. Lu Ming turned and understood. There were hundreds of people behind them. It was no wonder that the Lone Wolf Adventurer Team screamed in fright. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, beams of light flashed from the mountain. Over 100 people appeared in front of Lu Ming's group. The leader was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with ruthlessness. Leader, help! The two of them killed Brother Feng. The two men in front of Lu Ming yelled. The leader was Lone Wolf, the leader of Lone Wolf's adventurer team. What? Second brother is dead? Lone Wolf's eyes instantly turned red. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent and said in a cold voice, Brat, no matter what the reason is, I will skin you alive for killing my second brother. Also, Lone Wolf looked at Xian Yinqing and said, I will reward you to my brothers. They will take turns to serve you and let you have your fill. As soon as he said that, the members of Lone Wolf's adventurer team looked at Xian Yinqing with burning eyes. Oh, I wanted to explain to you why I killed your second brother. Looks like I don't need to anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The chaotic astral ocean followed the law of survival. The strong preyed on the weak. Bullshit logic didn't work here. As long as one had strength, one had reason. Lu Ming quickly understood this point. Puff, puff. Lu Ming flicked his finger and two spear lights shot out, killing the two men who were leading the way. Then he stepped forward and walked toward Lone Wolf. Die. Lone Wolf's eyes turned cold. A huge wolf appeared above his head, and a violent and bloodthirsty aura exploded. Swoosh. Both of Lone Wolf's legs kicked in the air. His figure immediately turned into phantoms, pouncing toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming remained calm. A long spear appeared in his hand. He waved his arm and the long spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, a shrill cry was heard and a figure was pushed back. It was Lone Wolf. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His chest had been pierced by a long spear. The powerful destructive force had already completely destroyed his internal organs. One move, just one casual move, and the long spear had pierced his heart. That spear was too fast and too sharp. He couldn't dodge it at all. Clang! The powerful force of the long spear sent Lone Wolf flying a few thousand meters away. He was pinned to a cliff on the mountain. Lone Wolf was dead. The people who came to watch were dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond everyone's expectations. He was too strong. Lone Wolf couldn't fight back at all. Who is he? Is he a peerless talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness? I don't know. I don't know his name. Shocked discussions could be heard one after another. The people from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team were horrified. Their team leader, a peak-level expert Lone Wolf, had been killed in one move. Run. They immediately turned and ran. Don't even think about leaving. Xian Yinqing stepped into the air and pressed his palm down. The Sky Demon force field exploded and enveloped the more than 100 people from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. A destructive force was produced. In the next moment, all of them were killed. Their bodies fell to the ground like raindrops. Chapter 652. CSI. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Those who were watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. They were not shocked by the death of over 100 people. In the chaotic astral ocean, it was normal for people to die all the time. They were shocked by the strength of Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. One killed a peak king in one move. The other killed over 100 experts with a wave of his hand. Among them, there was no lack of martial king realm greater success kings. The strength of the two was very shocking. Those who had coveted Xian Yinqing's beauty felt a chill in their hearts. They were glad that they did not attack. Otherwise, they would be the ones who died. Now, the way they looked at Xian Yinqing was no longer filled with passion and greed. Instead, there was only fear and terror. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's expression fell into his eyes. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the word riot in the chaotic astral ocean. In the chaotic astral ocean, if you were merciful, everyone would bully you. However, if you were more ruthless than others, everyone would be afraid of you. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he devoured the essence blood of all the Lone Wolf Adventurer team members. Let's go. Then he left with Xian Yanqing. Soon the two returned to the city. They planned to find an inn to stay in, and buy a map of the chaotic astral ocean. Then they would find a suitable place to train. When the two returned to the city, they saw many people flying in one direction. Let's go to the Fate Battle platform. King Yama has attacked again. This time his opponent is the 7-Zen-old monster. What? King Yama and the 7-Zen-old monster are going to fight? The 7-Zen-old monster has not fought for many years. Let's go and see. This battle is going to be exciting. One by one, the figures quickly flew in a certain direction. Fate Battle platform? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were stunned and curious. It seemed like a battle between two experts. What kind of experts could attract so many people to watch? Let's go take a look. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming. That's what I was thinking. Lu Ming smiled. Following which, the two of them followed the crowd and walked forward. After a while, they arrived in front of a huge building. The building was round and huge. As they approached, they could hear loud cheers and roars coming from inside. Could it be that the great battle has already begun? I won't be late, right? Hurry up and go in. Many people flew towards the entrance of the building. 200 top-grade spiritual crystals per person. Someone stood guard at the entrance, blocking everyone and shouting, "This is my spiritual crystal. Take it." Many people paid the spiritual crystals and rushed into the building. However, there were too many people and they needed to line up. There are so many people here. It seems that the King of Hell and the 7-Zen-old monster are not ordinary people. Lu Ming thought. After a while, it was their turn. The two of them walked in. The inside of the building was round. In the middle was a huge fighting ring that was a few miles long and wide. Around it were ring-shaped spectator stands. There were more than 100 levels, and it could seat at least a few 100,000 people. After the two of them walked in, they found that at least 100,000 people were sitting on the spectator stands. The fighting ring was empty. There was no one at all, only a pool of blood. What's going on? Where is everyone? Isn't the battle between the King of Hell and the 7-Zen-old monster? Why don't I see anyone? Yeah, where is he? The people who came in later cried out. Where is he? He's only here now. Where is he? The battle is over. Someone said. What? The battle is over? What's the result? Who won? The King of Hell won. The King of Hell and the 7-Zen-old monster exchanged 100 blows. In the end, the 7-Zen-old monster was killed by the King of Hell's sword. I'm late. How unlucky. 200 top-grade spiritual crystals were wasted. Let's watch the other battles. Many people who came late sighed and found a seat. Young Master Lu Miss Ya. Suddenly Lu Ming heard a feminine voice. Luo Xian. He turned around and saw a young woman walking toward him. It was Luo Xian. Beside Luo Xian were two people. One was Chun Zhao, and the other was in his 30s. He had a tall and sturdy body and looked similar to Chun Zhao. Miss Luo. Lu Ming smiled. Young Master Lu Miss Ya, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the Fate Battle ring as well? Luo Xian smiled. Yes, but it seems like we missed it. Lu Ming said. Yeah, the King of Hell is a peak expert who has risen recently. He has never lost a battle between peak tier kings. He has won 19 times in a row. Including this battle, he has won 20 times in a row. As for the 7-Zen-old monster, he has lived for nearly 800 years. After cultivating for so many years, his battle strength is extremely terrifying. He has almost no opponents among peak tier kings. He has also won 19 times in a row on the Fate Battle ring. Many people are looking forward to the battle between the two. Who would have thought that this battle would come so suddenly? It's a pity that we missed it. Luo Xian said with a trace of pity. A battle between peak tier kings? 19 consecutive victories? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Young Master Lu Miss Ya, there should be other battles coming up. Let's find a place to sit down, Luo Xian said. Then they found a row of empty seats and sat down. On the side, Chun Zhao's face was gloomy and he did not speak. Whoosh. At this moment, A figure rushed onto the battle ring. It was a bald old man with the aura of a 7th-layer martial king. "Who will fight with me?" the bald old man shouted. "I'll kill you." A bald man rushed onto the battle ring, and also revealed his cultivation of a 7th-layer martial king. "Haha, is that so? Your storage ring is mine now." The bald old man sneered. "I should be the one saying that. I've taken a fancy to your storage ring." The bald man sneered. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked the bald old man. The bald old man took out an iron rod and met the attack. Boom. Boom. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. However, after a few dozen moves, the bald old man had gained the upper hand. "Ah, die." The bald old man laughed and his iron rod attacked the bald man like a storm. The bald man retreated step by step. After a dozen or so moves, the bald old man's stick landed on the bald man's chest. The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream as the sound of bones breaking resounded from his body. He was sent flying back and crashed onto the battle stage, blood spurting out from his mouth. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." The bald man shouted. "Admit defeat? It's too late to admit defeat now." "Duh." The bald man shouted and flew up. The iron rod hit the bald man's head, and the bald man's brain burst open. He died on the spot. "Haha, the storage ring is mine." Chapter 653. What's there to be happy about? Your storage ring isn't mine yet. Following a cold harumph, an old Fei went up to the fighting ring. This old Fei was wearing a red robe, and his aura was also at the 7th-layer martial emperor realm. It's Grandma Safflower. She's going to fight. She's a ruthless person who has already won 5 rounds in a row among the 7th-layer martial emperor realm. That's right. Every time she sees a big harvest, she will take action. That bald old man just got the storage ring of a LV7 martial king warrior. Now, as long as we kill the bald old man, we can get 2 storage rings. Let's see if the old bald man dares to accept the challenge. Every time Grandma Safflower's opponent dies miserably. As soon as old O went up to the fighting ring, the crowd exclaimed, "Safflower Grandma." The old bald man's expression changed greatly. "Die." Safflower Grandma wore a cold expression as she was about to attack with a strong murderous intent. Wait, I surrender. I don't want to fight." The old bald man blurted out. "You don't want to fight?" Safflower Grandma's expression darkened as she said, "Give me 200,000 top-grade spiritual crystals." What a coward. The old bald man took out 200,000 top-grade spiritual crystals from his storage ring and handed them to Safflower Grandma. He then left the fighting ring and flew to the spectator stand. "Is there anyone who wants to fight me?" Safflower Grandma put away the spiritual crystals and scanned the crowd. However, no one went up to the fighting ring. Safflower Grandma was extremely powerful at the 7th-layer martial emperor realm. Who would want to fight her? After waiting for a while, Safflower Grandma left the fighting ring after seeing that no one was willing to fight her. Interesting. Miss Luo, what are the rules of the Fate fighting ring? Lu Ming asked Luo Xian. It's your first time here, so it's normal that you don't know. Let me explain it to you. Luo Xian smiled faintly and said, as the name suggests, the Fate battle stage is a battle of life and death. As long as you step onto the stage, it's a battle of life and death. The winner will win all of the opponent's possessions, while the loser will not only lose his life, he will also lose all of his possessions and his storage ring will belong to the loser. Lu Ming explained. Then how could that bald old man admit defeat? Lu Ming asked. There's a rule in the Fate battle platform. Those with a higher cultivation level cannot challenge those with a lower cultivation level. Of course, those with a lower cultivation level can challenge those with a higher cultivation level. Once you step onto the Fate battle platform, you can't refuse to accept the challenge. However, you can admit defeat before the battle starts. That way, as long as you give your opponent a certain amount of spirit crystals, you can avoid the battle. Just like when Red Flower Granny challenged the bald old man. The bald old man knew that he was no match for Red Flower Granny, so he admitted defeat before the battle began. As long as he paid Red Flower Granny 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals, he could step down. If he admitted defeat after the battle began, Red Flower Granny could refuse to accept the payment until Red Flower Granny defeated or killed Red Flower Granny. Of course, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the price of surrendering. If a Peak King surrenders before the battle begins, he or she will have to pay 1 million extreme-grade spirit crystals to the opponent. Luo Xian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Doesn't that mean the death rate is very high? Lu Ming asked. Of course, after the battle begins, the death rate is as high as 80 to 90%. Only a few people can escape with their lives. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. The death rate was as high as 80 to 90%. Basically, if one went up, they would either win or die. Miss, why are you telling him so much? A young master from a large faction like him wouldn't dare to step onto the fate battle platform. This is a true life and death battle. It's not a spar between fellow disciples. What's at stake is one's life and one's entire fortune. On the side, Chen Zhao revealed a mocking expression as he spoke with disdain. Last time, Lu Ming had caused him to lose face, and he still held a grudge against him. Oh, then you dare to go up? Lu Ming looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's expression stiffened as he said, What do you know? My brother has won 6 consecutive battles on the fate battle platform, and he's a peak martial emperor too. He's a lot stronger than the peak martial emperor of the Blood Evil Pirate group. If my brother was here last time, he would have easily defeated his opponent in a few moves. Chen Zhao switched the topic and pointed at the bulky man in his 30s standing beside him. Why are you mentioning your brother? I'm talking about you. You're a 7th layer martial emperor too, right? If you're so strong, why didn't you challenge Madame Safflower? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chen Zhao's expression stiffened as his face reddened. His strength was considered ordinary among the 7th layer martial emperors. Wasn't it the same as courting death? However, there was no way he could refute the fact that Lu Ming had pointed out. Interesting. On the side, Xian Yinqing mumbled with an intrigued expression. Lu Ming let out a smile as his eyes flickered with interest too. Lu Ming was more interested in the fact that he was betting his entire fortune on this battle. Although he had obtained 80 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals from the elders of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, he had already used up 18 million to break through to the peak martial emperor realm. He only had 60 million left. 60 million seemed like a lot, but it was far from enough for Lu Ming. These spiritual crystals wouldn't be enough to break through to the Sea of Soul realm in the future. The Sea of Soul realm required one to open a spiritual sea, a true Yuan sea. The amount of energy required to open a true Yuan sea was simply too much. A martial artist at the first layer of the Sea of Soul realm could store 10 times more true Yuan than a peak martial emperor. Lu Ming needed 18 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals to break through to the peak martial emperor realm. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 300 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals to break through to the Sea of Soul realm. This was just a conservative estimate. In reality, he might need even more. 300 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals was still too far away from him. Therefore, he needed to accumulate more supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The Fate Battle stage was a good channel for that. Moreover, he could use it to train his martial skills and devour his opponent's essence blood to increase his bloodline grade. Lu Ming's gaze once again turned to the Fate Battle stage. At this moment, another person stepped onto the Fate Battle stage. He didn't hold back at all as his aura spread out. It was a peak martial emperor. The atmosphere became lively again. Sea of Soul realm martial artists rarely participated in this kind of battle. As for peak martial emperors, they stood at the peak of martial emperors. Every battle would attract the interest of many martial artists. Who will fight with me? This peak martial emperor was a burly man in his 40s. He looked around. Let me. A white-haired old man stepped onto the stage and faced the burly man. Without saying anything else, the two started fighting. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme. However, a light screen rose up around the fighting ring, blocking the energy that shot out in all directions. Clearly, there was a powerful inscription array on the stage to prevent the audience from being injured. The battle was intense. The two peak martial emperors weren't weak at all. They weren't any weaker than the scarred man from the Blood Evil Pirate group. Chapter 654. However, after exchanging more than 20 moves, the white-haired old man suddenly erupted with power and killed the middle-aged man in one fell swoop, seizing his storage ring. So strong! Is this old man a steamed spirit turtle from Golden Turtle Island? That's him. I didn't expect him to come to Golden Sand Island as well. No wonder he's so strong. A steamed spirit turtle has been in seclusion for many years. His battle strength is unfathomable. I wonder who will challenge him next. Discussions broke out all around. This esteemed spirit turtle is indeed not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He could see that esteemed spirit turtle's sudden eruption should be some kind of secret art that could increase one's battle strength. Among Peak Kings it was not bad. Not bad. Hee hee, what a big tone. You speak as if you're very strong. On the side, Qin Zhao revealed a disdainful smile. Lu Ming was speechless. Was this guy crazy? Wasn't it just because he didn't fight that time? Since then he had been targeting him. Lu Ming directly ignored such a narrow-minded person, not even looking at Qin Zhao. Seeing that Lu Ming ignored him, Qin Zhao's face turned even uglier. Who will fight me? Esteemed spirit turtle looked around. For a moment no one spoke. Hee hee, looks like no one is going to fight? Esteemed spirit turtle sneered. Let me. At this moment, Qin Zhao's big brother stood up, and a powerful aura spread out. Qin Zhao's big brother was called Qin Dao. Qin Dao took a step forward and appeared on the fate battle stage. It's Qin Dao. Qin Dao is going to fight. This is going to be interesting. Qin Dao has 7 consecutive victories and is extremely powerful. He's a general of the Flame Commerce firm. Haha, if he fights esteemed spirit turtle, it will definitely be intense. Qin Dao's appearance made many people excited. Big brother is going to fight. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's wait and see. Let's see how powerful my brother is. Let's see how powerful a peak-level king can be. However, he discovered that Lu Ming had ignored him again, which made him rather depressed. Young man, you have guts. You dare to challenge me? Esteemed spirit turtle looked at Qin Dao and said coldly, Are you going to fight or surrender? Qin Dao's reply was simple but full of confidence. What big words. I've been in seclusion for dozens of years. Youngsters nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Spirit Turtle dashed towards Qin Dao at lightning speed. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body. It was that kind of secret technique. Although the spirit turtle spoke arrogantly and confidently, when it actually attacked, it used its full strength, not daring to underestimate its opponent at all. Those who dared to challenge him despite knowing his reputation, how could they be weaklings? He had lived for hundreds of years, and he knew this very well. A powerful fist force blasted towards Qin Dao. However, Qin Dao didn't move at all. When esteemed spirit turtle's fist force approached him, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he moved. If he moved, he would draw his saber. A dazzling saber light lit up, seemingly slicing the space into 2 halves. Esteemed spirit turtle's fist force was also split in half. His face turned pale with fright as he frantically retreated to avoid the blade. However, this was only the beginning of Qin Dao's attack. Kill! Qin Dao yelled with a terrifying aura. A pale white saber light lit up again, this time stronger and sharper than the previous one. It instantly sliced through the void and slashed towards esteemed spirit turtle. Not good. Esteemed spirit turtle was shocked. He waved his fists, and a thick turtle shell formed in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The blade light landed on the tortoise shell, causing it to vibrate violently. A crack appeared on the shell. Before esteemed spirit turtle could even take a breath, Qin Dao had already launched the 3rd blade strike, followed by the 4th, the 5th one slash after another, each stronger than the previous one. It was endless as it slashed towards esteemed spirit turtle. When the 7th slash was unleashed, esteemed spirit turtle's turtle shell exploded, and the saber light flashed by. Then, Qin Dao sheathed his saber without any hesitation. Esteemed spirit turtle's eyes were wide open. A trail of blood appeared from his glabella and extended downwards. Poochie! Esteemed spirit turtle fell and was split in half. Esteemed spirit turtle was dead. Deafening cheers burst out from the crowd. Chen Dao had killed a steamed spirit turtle and achieved 8 consecutive victories. It was rare to see someone win 8 consecutive battles. This meant that 8 peak-level kings had died at Chen Dao's hands. Hehe, did you see that? This is my big brother's strength. Chen Zhao glanced at Lu Ming proudly. Not bad, Lu Ming said calmly. He did think that Chen Dao was not bad. Chen Dao's battle strength was probably close to Saint Star's. Of course, Chen Dao was already in his 30s, 10 years older than Saint Star. He had spent 10 more years cultivating martial arts, intent realm, and physical body. In terms of potential, he was no match for Saint Star. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Wilderness selected youths under the age of 30. Not only did it look at cultivation, but it also looked at talent, the ability to fight above one's level, and potential. Some powerful forces had abundant resources and could produce a group of young peak-level kings, but these people could not make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents. You're really boasting. How many peak-level kings can match my big brother's battle strength? Chen Zhao sneered. Frog in a well. It was not Lu Ming who spoke, but Xian Yanqing. What did you say? Chen Zhao's face turned red. Someone's going to challenge him. Lu Ming ignored Chen Zhao and looked at the fighting ring. Chen Zhao also looked over. A young man in a blood-red robe stepped onto the fighting ring. He was about 26 or 27 years old. His face was cold, and there was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. How dare you challenge my big brother? You're courting death again. Chen Zhao laughed sarcastically. However, Chen Dao, who was standing in the fighting ring, had a grave expression on his face. The young man was just standing there casually, but he felt like he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Moreover, the young man was not even 30 years old, yet he dared to step onto the fighting ring. He was definitely not simple. How should I address you? Chen Dao asked. Shuigang. The young man's face darkened. Shuigang? Chen Dao thought for a moment and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the young man might be a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. If he was really a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, he would have to consider whether to accept the challenge or not. However, Shuigang's name was not on the list of top 1,000 talents. Obviously, the young man was not on the list of top 1,000 talents. Fight or surrender? Shuigang's gloomy voice rang out. Fight, Chen Dao replied firmly. Eid. I was afraid that you would surrender. Shuigang licked his lips, and the gloominess in his eyes deepened. Boom. The next moment, Shuigang's blood chi rushed into the sky. A huge blood-red palm floated above his head, surrounded by 7 silver chakras. A 7th-grade king-level bloodline. Chen Dao's expression changed. Those who could reach the 7th-grade king-level bloodline were definitely peerless geniuses. For example, Qin Qingshan and Sheng Xingqian were both 7th-grade king-level. Chapter 655. Blood Flame Palm. Shuigang struck out with his palm, causing the air to explode and even turn into liquid. A blood-red palm print blasted towards Chen Dao. Clang. Chen Dao struck out with his saber. The saber light was extremely dazzling. However, this time, Chen Dao's saber light did not split the blood-red palm print. Instead, the saber light was scattered by the palm print. Chen Dao's expression changed as he roared furiously. The second saber strike was even stronger than the first. However, Shuigang's blood-red palm print arrived again, one after another. It was extremely overbearing. Chen Dao struck out continuously. The 6th strike, the 7th strike, soon it was the 7th strike. Previously, he had used the 7th strike to kill a steamed spirit turtle. However, he was still at a disadvantage after using the 7th strike. Chen Dao roared furiously as the 8th and 9th strikes were unleashed. The saber light was dazzling as it split the palm print. However, there were countless palm prints that followed, endless. After the 9th strike, Chen Dao's body frantically retreated. Bloodline martial skill. That's an upper heaven class bloodline martial skill. Chen Dao is going to be defeated. A white-haired old man in the stands exclaimed in surprise. What? He actually comprehended a bloodline martial skill? Many people were shocked. Bloodline martial skill? Lu Ming muttered. A bloodline martial skill was a martial skill that a martial artist comprehended from their own bloodline. A martial artist's bloodline contained endless wealth. It was not as simple as a bloodline eruption. A martial artist comprehended from their own bloodline was a martial skill that truly belonged to them. It was the most compatible with them. It was easy to cultivate and extremely powerful. Cultivating someone else's martial skill was ultimately someone else's. How could it be compared to one's own bloodline martial skill? For example, if two warriors both cultivated a heaven-grade upper-grade martial skill to the 6th level, but one of them cultivated a bloodline martial skill that was comprehended from his own bloodline, then the power of the bloodline martial skill would be at least 50% stronger than the other person's martial skill, or even 100% stronger. The difference was too big. However, it was too difficult to comprehend a bloodline martial skill from one's own bloodline. It required exceptional talent. Furthermore, the higher the grade of one's bloodline, the stronger the bloodline martial skill one could comprehend. Not only could one comprehend a martial skill from one's own bloodline, but they could also comprehend a secret skill called a bloodline secret skill. For example, Qin Qingshan and Sheng Xingchen, whom Lu Ming had seen, had comprehended a bloodline secret skill. As for Xian Yanqing, when he struck, a beautiful arm would appear and strike towards his opponent. That was a bloodline martial skill. However, until now, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend a bloodline martial skill. Firstly, the 9-dragon bloodline was not his own bloodline. It was awakened from a drop of 9-dragon essence blood. It was very difficult to comprehend a bloodline martial skill from it. In fact, the devouring power could be considered a unique bloodline secret skill of the 9 dragons bloodline. And bloodline martial skill was bloodline. This was especially so for those with special bloodlines. The bloodline martial techniques they comprehended were even more powerful. This was especially true for nature-type bloodlines. For example, the fire-type bloodline could comprehend a fire-type martial skill, which could be combined with the fire-type intent. This was something that other bloodlines could not compare to. Shuigang comprehended the blood intent. Combined with a blood-related martial skill, it was extremely powerful. Shuigang strode forward. The blood intent spread out and enveloped Chen Dao. Chen Dao even had a feeling that the blood in his body was slowly drying up. The blood intent was a special intent. It was extremely powerful and domineering. If one was hit by Shuigang's attack, it could directly devour the opponent's blood, causing the opponent's blood to dry up and die. Break. Chen Dao's saber light slashed out again, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed. Big brother, how can this be? How can this be? Chen Zhao's face was pale. He was extremely worried. His big brother was his backer. He was only a guard of the Flame Merchant Guild. Because of his big brother, he had a special status in the Flame Merchant Guild, allowing him to approach Luo Xian, and even pursue her. If his big brother were to die, he would be nothing in the chaotic astral ocean as an ordinary 7th-layer martial emperor realm cultivator. He would only be an ordinary guard of the Flame Merchant Guild. His big brother was everything to him. Now his big brother was in danger. Big brother Chen Dao. Luo Xian clenched her fists together in a nervous manner. Chen Dao was one of the generals of the Flame Merchant Guild. He could even be considered the strongest expert in the Flame Merchant Guild. If Chen Dao were to die, the Flame Merchant Guild would suffer a great loss. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Xian was extremely anxious. Bang. Bang. Shuigang's attacks grew stronger. Chen Dao was already worn out. I give up. I give up. Chen Dao yelled. Give up? I won't allow it. Shuigang let out a hollow laugh. Don't think you can kill me. Seeing that it was impossible to give up, Chen Dao let out a roar. His hair danced wildly as his aura rose slightly. He merged with his saber and turned into a brilliant saber glow that soared into the sky. Chen Dao was planning to escape. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Shuigang turned into a crimson ray and chased after Chen Dao, lashing out with his palm. Bang! Chen Dao was hit by the palm, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, he could not care less about his injuries as he fled toward the spectator stands. Shuigang chased after him. I'll give you 2 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Let me go. Otherwise you won't be able to kill me. Chen Dao yelled, and began to beg for mercy. He turned into a saber glow and fled in all directions. Coward, 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals, not one less. Shui Gang roared. 5 million it is. Saving his own life was more important, so Chen Dao tossed a storage ring to Shui Gang. Shui Gang caught it, and scanned it with his mind before stopping his pursuit. You're lucky. How boring. Shui Gang did not chase after him and returned to the fighting ring. Chen Dao turned into a saber glow and flew back to the spectator stands. He took out a handful of pills and swallowed them, starting to heal his injuries on the spot. Luo Xian and Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief as they survived. Although the process was embarrassing. There's always someone better than you. Lu Ming said softly. Chen Zhao's face turned red. Lu Ming's words were obviously meant for him. Humph, my big brother has won 8 consecutive battles. What's so strange about meeting someone stronger? If you go up, you'll probably die in 2 battles. Chen Zhao was still stubborn. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said to Xian Yinqing, let's go. Xian Yinqing looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then followed Lu Ming out. Humph, a coward won't dare to go up. Chen Zhao mocked. Whoosh. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and slapped out. Pa. The slap landed on Chen Zhao's face, causing blood and teeth to splatter. One side of Chen Zhao's face instantly swelled up. Chapter 656. Slap. Lu Ming turned his hand and slapped Chen Zhao on the other side of his face. Lu Ming controlled his strength very well, and did not send Chen Zhao flying. Immediately, the other side of his face swelled up. If you keep blabbering, I'll kill you and your brother right now. Lu Ming said coldly. Chen Zhao immediately shut up. His brother was recovering from his injuries. If Lu Ming really killed him, the 2 of them would be finished. Luo Xian did not say anything. She also felt that Chen Zhao had gone too far. He had been targeting Lu Ming. Lu Ming was already being kind by not killing him. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then turned to leave. Seeing Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing disappear from the spectator stands, Chen Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment. He growled, little bastard, when my brother recovers, I'll pay you back tenfold for what you did today. Luo Xian shook her head secretly. How could such a person pursue her? If it weren't for Chen Dao, Luo Xian would not have bothered with him. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing walked out and strolled on a street. I thought you were going to fight Shui Gang. Xian Yinqing said. Do you think I'll be provoked by that idiot? How is that possible? This is a good place. If I go down and defeat Shui Gang, many people won't dare to fight. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, what's your plan? Xian Yinqing asked. Of course I'll fight them one by one. I can practice my fist technique and earn spiritual crystals. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming smiled. Then his eyes lit up and he walked into a mask shop. I understand. Xian Yinqing smiled and followed him in. After that, Lu Ming bought an Azura mask, and Xian Yinqing bought a Yiksha mask. After buying the masks, they each bought a set of black robes and put them on. Then they walked towards the Fate battle stage and paid 200 top-grade spirit crystals each. Lu Ming put on the Azura mask, while Xian Yinqing put on the Yiksha mask. At this moment, Shui Gang had already left the battle platform. Presumably, no one else would challenge him. Who's going first? Lu Ming whispered to Xian Yinqing. Anything is fine. Then I'll go first. With that, Lu Ming appeared on the fighting ring. Someone else is on the stage. What's his cultivation level this time? Seeing that someone was going up the stage, the audience's spirits were lifted. They had spent 200 spiritual crystals of the highest quality just to watch the battle. If there was no one to fight, wouldn't the spiritual crystals be wasted? At this moment, Lu Ming's aura spread out, telling everyone that he was a peak-level king. Another peak-level king is going up. What's wrong with him? He's coming up as soon as Shui Gang left. Isn't he afraid that Shui Gang will challenge him? I don't think so. Shui Gang would at least wait for his opponent to fight once or twice. If his opponent is too weak, I don't think Shui Gang will fight. Shui Gang is definitely a rising talent. He's too strong. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, he might be able to make it up. There was a burst of discussion in the surroundings. Who's going to fight me? Lu Ming looked around and shouted. As soon as Lu Ming's voice sounded, Chen Zhao and Luo Xian's expressions changed. Lu Ming didn't change his voice. They could tell that it was Lu Ming's voice. That kid is finally going up. He's wearing a mask. Let's see how many rounds he can win. I hope he doesn't die in the first round. Chen Zhao sneered. Luo Xian frowned and ignored Chen Zhao. She looked curiously at the figure in the fighting ring. She did not know why, but she felt that Lu Ming was not simple. Perhaps, Lu Ming could give everyone a surprise? Luo Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. I'll kill you. A big-eyed old man stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. Kid, don't think that you can scare people by wearing a Shura mask. The fate battle ring depends on one's combat strength. Your storage ring is mine. The big-eyed old man smiled sinisterly. I hope you can take a few more blows. Lu Ming said lightly. Kid, what did you say? The big-eyed old man was stunned. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Take this. Lu Ming said softly as he threw a punch at the big-eyed old man. Let's see what you've got. A battle axe appeared in the hands of the elder with big eyes. With one strike, he split Lu Ming's fist force into two halves. However, before he could rejoice, the next fist force attacked him. He could only slash his battle axe once again. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's left and right fists worked. Fist gleams shot out continuously, like meteors streaking across the void. The big-eyed old man's combat strength was not bad. He was stronger than the peak king of the Blood Evil pirate group. However, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his true origin. Lu Ming was using him to practice his punches. In the past, as long as Lu Ming had spirit crystals in the Temple of Paragon, he could create a figure that looked exactly like him to spar with and practice martial arts. However, as his cultivation rose to the martial king realm, that ability became useless. It was just an inscription array, which was set up by the Nine Suns sovereign after he was severely injured. Its power was limited. However, after Lu Ming reached the martial king realm, his energy was too great. His attack power was even more terrifying. The array could not be replicated. Therefore, Lu Ming had to find his own opponent to practice his martial skills. The big-eyed old man was suppressed by Lu Ming's punch. He roared furiously. No matter how strong his cultivation was, no matter what powerful martial skills he used, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The big-eyed old man was finally afraid. He shouted and admitted defeat. I won't allow it. A faint voice sounded from Lu Ming's mouth. You won't allow it. Don't think you can kill me. The big-eyed old man roared furiously. He shot up into the sky and tried to escape like Chen Dao. You can't escape. Boom. Lu Ming's vital essence increased and his fist force became more ferocious. He threw a punch and the air in front of the fist force was completely sucked dry, forming a vacuum passageway. The ferocious fist force collided with the battle axe of the big-eyed elder and exploded. The big-eyed elder roared and spat out blood. His body fell. Lu Ming's subsequent fist force bombarded him again. Bang. Bang. After a few punches, the big-eyed old man screamed and his body exploded. He died on the spot. Whoosh. Lu Ming moved and devoured the blood essence of the big-eyed old man. He also took his storage ring. He won. On the spectator stand, Luo Xian revealed a hint of excitement. Humph, he only won one round. That big-eyed old man's combat strength is not high. He is much weaker than my big brother. Chen Zhao curled his lips. You can shut up now. At the side, Chen Dao coldly glanced at Chen Zhao as he berated. His injuries had already stabilized. Chen Zhao's face changed and he immediately shut up. Who else wants to fight? Chapter 657. Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice, I'll go. A red-haired man stepped into the air and flew onto the stage. Someone has indeed made a move. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had suppressed his true yuan so that he wasn't much stronger than the big-eyed old man. His goal was to attract the attention of others. If he was too strong, who would dare to go on stage? Now the red-haired man stepped onto the stage. What's your name? The red-haired man asked. Shura, Lu Ming replied indifferently. Shura? Kill. All of a sudden, the red-haired burly man attacked. A flaming saber gleam that was 1,000 meters long slashed violently at Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming punched out, and the explosive fist energy clashed with the opponent's saber light, causing the stage to tremble. Pung. Lu Ming's fist energy was actually shattered, and the blazing saber light continued to slash down at Lu Ming. Die. The red-haired man's body was covered in blazing flames, and his expression was savage. Not bad. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This red-haired man was much stronger than the big-eyed old man. No wonder he dared to go on stage. Then I'll add 2 more points. Lu Ming smiled and punched out again. Boom. This fist energy was twice as strong as the previous one, and it pierced through the red-haired man's saber light. The fist energy didn't stop there, and it continued on toward the red-haired man. Ah, you were hiding your strength. The red-haired man roared and revealed a terrified expression. He used all his strength and slashed out with his saber. However, the result was the same. Just like the big-eyed old man, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming killed him with 1 punch. Exploding star fist, nearing the 3rd level. Lu Ming muttered as he put away the interspatial ring and devoured the red-haired man's essence blood. After devouring the essence blood of 2 peak-tier kings, the 9 dragons' bloodline rumbled. Refine. Lu Ming stood on the battle platform and began to refine the essence blood while waiting for others to challenge him. The surroundings fell silent. For a moment, no one stepped forward. Although Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row and obtained their storage rings, and as long as they killed him, the rewards would definitely be huge, Lu Ming's battle prowess was still unknown to the others. Chen Zhao snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He said that it would be good if Lu Ming could win 1 round, but now, Lu Ming had won 2 rounds in a row, which made him very unhappy. 2 minutes. Lu Ming stood on the platform for 2 minutes. The essence blood of the 9 dragons' bloodline was used by Lu Ming to improve his 2nd bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline needed a lot of blood essence to reach the 9th tier of the king class. Lu Ming planned to upgrade his 2nd bloodline to the 8th tier of the king class before upgrading the 9 dragons' bloodline. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed onto the fighting ring. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. Everyone was refreshed. Finally, someone else came onto the platform. Lu Ming looked at the middle-aged man. Azura, your fist strength is powerful, but as long as I don't take it head-on, I'll see what you can do. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged man moved and turned into phantoms, pouncing on Lu Ming. By the time he finished speaking, the tall and thin man had turned into 18 phantoms, surrounding Lu Ming. Sharp sword chi pierced the air and stabbed toward Lu Ming's vital parts. 18 phantoms and 18 streaks of sword chi were extremely sharp. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming punched several times in a row, hitting several phantoms. Those phantoms collapsed and disappeared. Phantoms. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. His figure flashed continuously, avoiding the attack of the sword aura. Then both his fists punched continuously. Streaks of fist strength pierced through the void and blasted on the phantoms. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 phantoms collapsed. They were all phantoms, not real. The remaining phantoms moved again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. In the process, the number of phantoms increased again, returning to 18. Every single one of them appeared to be real. Even their auras were exactly the same. Ah, die. The 18 phantoms sneered at the same time. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged the attacks. At the same time, he continued to punch out. The tall and thin man's phantoms were constantly shattered, but each time they were shattered, they would recover. The 2 of them were in a state of anxiety. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 50 blows. It seems that Azura has met his match. That's right. Shura's Zhen Yuan is abundant, and his fist energy is tyrannical. However, his weakness is also very obvious. His opponent's unpredictable movement skill has entangled him, and his fist energy has no place to use it. Wearing a Azura mask to imitate Yama, they are not on the same level. The difference is too great. The spectators around expressed their opinions one after another. In the process of their discussion, dozens of blows had passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lu Ming felt that his exploding star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. Boom. Suddenly, he punched out, and the power was stronger than before. The tall and thin man was shocked. Haha, the exploding star fist has finally been cultivated to the 3rd level. This battle should be over. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Boom. Lu Ming stepped on the fighting ring and rushed to the sky. Then he looked down from above and punched out one after another. In an instant, Lu Ming punched out dozens of times. Dozens of fist strength streaked across the sky like meteors and fell on the fighting ring. And the power of each strike was stronger than before. So many. The tall and thin man was shocked. He tried his best to dodge, but the phantoms still collapsed one after another. The 18 phantoms became 17, 16. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 or 3 phantoms left. Just as he was about to continue changing his form, dozens of fists came crashing down from the sky. No! The tall and thin man roared. In the next moment, he was drowned by dozens of fist strength. The fighting ring rumbled violently. When the fist strength disappeared, the tall and thin man was lying there like a pile of mud, without any signs of life. Just like before, the blood essence and storage ring all belonged to Lu Ming. 3 consecutive victories. Lu Ming had won 3 consecutive victories. Moreover, he had won consecutively, not over a few days. Many people's consecutive victories were actually accumulated over many days. For example, Chen Dao would occasionally fight and accumulate his consecutive victories. It was difficult to win consecutively in a short period of time, because continuous battles would consume a lot of true essence. Moreover, the challengers would definitely become stronger. Who wants to fight me? Lu Ming continued to look around. Hehe, that's enough. You have already obtained 3 storage rings. Now let me deal with you. A sneer was heard, and a red figure appeared on the fighting ring. It's Shuigang. He's going to attack again. Looks like he's been waiting. Now that Azura has won 3 consecutive battles, he's going to attack. I wonder if Azura dares to accept the challenge. Shuigang defeated Chen Dao just now. Chapter 658. This person was Shuigang, who had defeated Chen Dao before. Shuigang. Chen Dao's eyes flashed. Lu Ming. Luo Xian revealed a worried expression. Lu Ming, aren't you powerful? If you have the ability, then don't surrender. Chen Zhao's eyes flashed with resentment. He hated Lu Ming to the bone, and his face was still swollen. He hoped that Lu Ming would accept the challenge. If that happened, he would definitely die at Shuigang's hands. Azura, quite a domineering name. I wonder if you have the guts. Shuigang sneered. Guts? What do you mean by guts? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll surrender before the battle. Shuigang licked his lips. Haha, Shuigang, you don't need to provoke me. You came up just in time. I'll use you to practice my fist. Lu Ming said. Haha, so you're not surrendering? Ha, good. Shuigang was overjoyed. Blood flame palm. A blood-red palm print was sent out from Shuigang's hand. He couldn't wait to attack Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming had the wealth of 3 Peak Kings. Adding on Lu Ming's own wealth, he had the wealth of 4 Peak Kings. How much wealth would 4 Peak Kings have? If Lu Ming surrendered without a fight, he would only need to give him 1 million spirit crystals. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? Right now, Shuigang's heart was burning. The blood-red palm print caused the space to tremble, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming punched out. The fist energy collided with Shuigang's palm print, but the fist energy was instantly shattered by the blood-red palm print. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming punched out dozens of times. However, Shuigang punched out a few more times, shattering all of Lu Ming's fist energy. Haha, although your fist energy is fierce, you're still far from being able to compete with me. Shuigang sneered. This Shuigang seems to be a rising genius. His battle prowess isn't bad, and he isn't any weaker than Shengxing a few months ago. Lu Ming thought. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than he had been a few months ago. If Lu Ming were to go all out, he would be able to kill the sacred star from a few months ago with one move. Of course, Lu Ming would not do that. First, he needed to practice his boxing. Also, he needed to attract stronger opponents. Then I'll increase my Zhenyuan by another 2%. Circulating his Zhenyuan, Lu Ming punched out again. A vacuum tunnel appeared and collided with Shuigang's blood flame palm. With an explosion, the fist energy and the flaming blood palm both disappeared. You are still hiding your strength. Shuigang's expression changed. Lu Ming's fist force could still increase. This made him feel that something was amiss. Those people had been killed by Lu Ming just like that. Die! Shuigang roared as his bloodline erupted. The blood-red palm print became even more domineering, and the blood intent enveloped Lu Ming. Bloodline martial skills were heaven-class upper bloodline martial skills. They were extremely powerful. In terms of power, they were even stronger than Lu Ming's 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God. After all, the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God were cultivated by Lu Ming. They couldn't compare to bloodline martial skills. Shuigang went all out, and his power doubled. His attacks were like a storm that drowned Lu Ming. Finally, it's getting a little interesting. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Boom. In the next moment, raging flames burned around him. It was the fire intent. Of course, Lu Ming only casts one kind of fire concept. The fire concept was integrated into the exploding star fist, making the power of the exploding star fist even more terrifying. Every fist force was like a burning meteor, full of violent aura. The fist energy and Shuigang's blood-red palm print constantly bombarded each other. As for Shuigang's blood intent, it could drain blood, but it had no effect on Lu Ming. Could it be compared to the devouring power of the 9 Dragons bloodline? The 9 Dragons bloodline only needed to circulate a little to make the blood intent lose its effect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Just like the previous battle, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand again. How can this be? Many people widened their eyes. Especially Chen Zhao, who was in disbelief. Shuigang roared and broke out in a cold sweat. He was being suppressed. Was he going to end up like those people and be killed by Lu Ming? No, he couldn't. He was a peerless genius and had a chance to enter the list of top 1,000 talents. This time, he came to the chaotic astral sea to train himself and prepare for the battle of destiny. How could he die? But no matter how hard he tried, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. He felt that Lu Ming's fist energy was getting stronger and stronger. Every time the fist energy exploded, he felt as if his skin was being torn apart. Go! Shuigang roared and rushed into the sky. He wanted to escape. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming stepped into the air and moved faster than Shuigang. In an instant he appeared in front of Shuigang and punched out. Shuigang didn't expect Lu Ming's speed to be so terrifying. In a hurry, he managed to block with a palm print. The palm print was directly destroyed by Lu Ming. Shuigang's body flew out of the fighting ring like a cannonball and landed heavily on the fighting ring, spitting blood. Lu Ming chased after him. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. Azura, I'm from the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you kill me, the Heavenly Corpse sect will never let you go. Shuigang shouted. Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't the Heavenly Corpse sect play with refined corpses all day long? Why didn't Shuigang have any refined corpses? Seeing Lu Ming's stunned expression, Shuigang thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He shouted again. Azura, if you let me go, I'll let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Haha, Shuigang, have you forgotten that this is the chaotic astral sea? The Heavenly Corpse sect can't control this place. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect deserve to die. Lu Ming's slightly cold voice came out of his mouth. Then his body flashed and he charged toward Shuigang. Damn it. Shuigang roared and tried his best to resist, but the result was already decided. After a few moves, he was bombarded by Lu Ming's punches and his body exploded. Shuigang was dead. The genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect had defeated Chen Dao, who had won 8 times in a row, and was killed by Azura. The atmosphere at the scene reached a climax, and the crowd cheered excitedly. Kill, good kill. Haha, this is so exciting. Yes, a young genius was killed. It's really exciting. That fool even mentioned the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the chaotic astral sea, it doesn't matter who comes. Azura is so strong. He won 4 times in a row and even killed Shuigang. Judging from his voice, he seems to be very young. Could he be another young peerless genius? Very likely. King Yan is also a young genius, and is very likely to be a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Azura is also very likely to be a peerless genius. There have been too many young geniuses in the chaotic astral sea recently. Chapter 659. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. Luo Xian's eyes were glittering. I'm not as strong as him. Chen Dao sighed. How can this be? How can this be? Chen Zhao roared in his heart. It was simply unbearable. Before, he had been talking about how strong and terrifying his brother was in front of Lu Ming, and how Lu Ming was nothing in front of his brother. He was very proud and arrogant. But now? His brother had been defeated by Shuigang, and had almost been killed. He had to run away and pay 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals to save his life. But now Shuigang, who had beaten up his brother, had been killed by Lu Ming. What was this? Everything he had said before was a joke, a blatant joke. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was a clown who was telling ridiculous jokes. Damn it, damn it! Chen Zhao roared in his heart. His pride had been severely damaged. Is there anyone else? Lu Ming asked loudly. No one said anything, nor did anyone go up. Lu Ming waited for a few minutes, but still, no one went up. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. Even if there were people stronger than Shuigang, they would think twice and not act rashly. After a few minutes, no one made a move. Lu Ming flew down the arena and came to Xian Yanqing's side. My turn. Xian Yanqing said indifferently as he flew onto the stage. His aura spread out. Peak Tier King, another Peak Tier King, and he's wearing a Yiksha mask. Is he another expert? No way. How can there be so many experts? Judging from the figure, it seems to be a woman. Xian Yanqing caused a commotion as soon as he went up. Who wants to fight? Xian Yanqing spoke. His voice was crisp but cold. It's Miss Xia. Luo Xian immediately recognized Xian Yanqing's voice. Is Miss Xia's battle strength also very strong? Luo Xian muttered. Imph. Chen Zhao coldly snorted, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Xian Yanqing would be killed. It's a young woman. The surrounding audience could also tell that Xian Yanqing was quite young. I'll take you on. Finally, someone went on stage. Without any superfluous words, Xian Yanqing immediately launched his attack. Xian Yanqing didn't use her heavenly demon power field or her bloodline martial skill. She mainly used her destruction mentality and wind mentality. She wanted to use Lu Ming's method to fuse the two mentalities with the help of external forces. Therefore, Xian Yanqing didn't seem to be very strong, and he was locked in battle with his opponent. Lu Ming diverted part of his attention to watch the battle, while refining the blood essence. After devouring the essence blood of 4 Peak Kings, he used it all to strengthen his second bloodline. The bloodline power of his second bloodline increased rapidly. On the stage, Xian Yanqing exchanged a few hundred moves with his opponent before finally killing him. Because Xian Yanqing didn't seem to be very strong, the others thought that they could take advantage of another few hundred moves, so another expert went on stage. Unfortunately, the result was the same. After exchanging another few hundred moves with Xian Yanqing, he was still killed. After that, no one else went on stage. At this time, Lu Ming's essence blood was almost completely refined. His second bloodline hadn't evolved yet, but Lu Ming felt that it was almost there. Let's go. Xian Yanqing leaped down from the fighting ring and left the life fighting ring with Lu Ming. After a few battles, they needed to go back and digest. But soon, the names of Azura and Yiksha would spread throughout Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming and Dandan left the stage and found a secluded place to take off their black robes and masks. Then they found an inn and booked 2 rooms. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. After 4 battles, Lu Ming had a new understanding of the exploding star fist. Lu Ming wanted to use the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to comprehend it. He placed the Enlightenment Ancient Tree on the side. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree's growth became better and better. That tender leaf had now grown a bit, becoming a bit greener, sparkling and translucent. The aura of the Great Tao curled about it, becoming more and more mysterious. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out a large amount of spirit herbs. He squeezed out some medicinal liquid and sprinkled it all on the profound yellow silicon soil. Leave some for me. Dandan's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Ming turn a large amount of spirit herbs into medicinal liquid. Here, take a few. Lu Ming threw a few spirit herbs to Dandan, but he sighed in his heart. He was too good at consuming resources. His own cultivation consumed a terrifying amount of resources, 10 times more than others. Moreover, the cultivation of the myriad spirit battle body also required a large amount of resources. The growth of the Enlightenment ancient tree required a large amount of spiritual liquid. Without spiritual liquid, he could only replace it with medicinal liquid. Also, if Dandan wanted to recover, she couldn't do without spirit herbs. The speed at which he consumed resources was too terrifying. Ordinary people definitely couldn't bear it. During this period of time, he had killed many enemies and obtained a large amount of resources. Only then was he able to barely withstand it. But as long as these resources could be converted into strength, it was worth it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. With the help of the Enlightenment ancient tree, he began to comprehend the exploding star fist. During this period, he didn't have the chance to use the Enlightenment ancient tree. Now that he used the Enlightenment ancient tree, his comprehension of the exploding star fist had greatly improved. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing went to the Fate Battle platform again. It was a good place, and they didn't want to miss it. Unfortunately, Lu Ming went to the Fate Battle platform today, but still, no one challenged him. In a fit of anger, he said that he would come every day for the next few days and wait for experts to challenge him. However, Xian Yanqing had a person who challenged her. He wasn't weak, but he was killed by Xian Yanqing in the end. Your method is not bad. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Xian Yanqing said to Lu Ming. She seemed to have learned something. Lu Ming returned to the inn and continued to cultivate with the Enlightenment ancient tree. The next day, he went to the Fate Battle platform again. On this day, no one challenged him again. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming went to the Fate Battle platform every day, but no one challenged him. After returning, he entered the Temple of Paragon to cultivate. For the next 5 days, no one challenged Lu Ming. However, with the help of the Enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the exploding star fist progressed extremely quickly. He had already cultivated to the 4th level, and the exploding star fist's power had increased again. On the 6th day, someone finally challenged Lu Ming. This person's battle strength was much stronger than Shuigang's. He had won 10 consecutive battles on the Fate Battle platform. Obviously, Lu Ming's daily visits had attracted the attention of some experts. Some experts had come to challenge him. Of course, the final result was still Lu Ming's victory. Azura's name was becoming more and more famous. Although Azura had only won 5 consecutive battles, he had defeated opponents who had won 10 consecutive battles. Moreover, no one knew where Lu Ming's limit was. Do you think King Yanlua will challenge Azura? Chapter 660. His words aroused the curiosity of many people. Many people were looking forward to the battle between Azura and Hades. Both of them had a lot in common. Both of them wore masks and sounded very young. Both of them had risen recently. Many people guessed that both of them were peerless geniuses from the outside world, and were even geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Hades had not appeared since the battle between him and 7 Zen-old monster. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming continued to fight, but no one challenged him. Once he challenged someone, and the person directly admitted defeat, and gave him 1,000,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming, fight with me. When Lu Ming returned to the inn, Xian Yanqing appeared in front of him and said, "Fight with you." Lu Ming was stunned. Yes, I've already reached the threshold of combining 2 wills, but I still need an external force to suppress me. However, the martial artists on the Fate Battle platform are too weak to give me this kind of pressure, so I can only ask you. Xian Yanqing said. Okay. Lu Ming naturally would not refuse to help Xian Yanqing cultivate. The two of them left the city and appeared in the sky above a barren mountain tens of thousands of miles away. They stood opposite each other. Boom. Xian Yanqing's destruction wills and wind wills burst out at the same time. They intertwined and turned into a cyan palm print that blasted toward Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming blasted out a fist radiance that shook the void. Boom. The fist radiance and the palm print collided. With a roar, the palm print trembled, but the fist radiance disappeared. Not enough power. Lu Ming, increase your power. Xian Yanqing's voice sounded, and his aura surged out. Okay. Circulating the true dragon battle art, the true essence within Lu Ming's body began to rapidly circulate. Boom. A fist light that seemed to be able to connect the heavens and the earth, fusing with the concept of fire, blasted towards Xian Yanqing's palm. With a loud bang, Xian Yanqing's palm imprint exploded. However, Lu Ming didn't hold back at all. He punched out a second time, then a third time. Streams of fist aura pierced through the void and blasted towards Xian Yanqing. Great demonic palm. Xian Yanqing yelled out. Both of her palms struck out, and a series of black palm prints blended with the concept of destruction, and the concept of wind blasted towards Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. This area of the void was boiling, and the sound of violent explosions could be heard constantly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. In the beginning, the two of them were still testing each other. But gradually, their strength continued to increase. Lu Ming brandished his fists, and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. In an instant, dozens of fist aura burst out. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing was completely using the two concepts to resist, and try to fuse the two concepts. Yes, that's it. Xian Yanqing's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming also completely let go of his hands and feet, and the fist aura continued to bombard. Xian Yanqing's strength was strong enough and could completely block it. Lu Ming wasn't worried about hurting Xian Yanqing. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming felt that the exploding star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. His comprehension of the exploding star fist was also gradually deepening. At the same time, the exploding star fist was like a sledgehammer, constantly tempering Xian Yanqing's concept, causing the two concepts to slowly merge. If Xian Yanqing's two concepts were successfully merged, her combat strength would definitely increase by a large margin. The two of them fought for more than 300 moves before stopping. How is it? Lu Ming walked over and asked. Yes, I have a great feeling. I believe that I will be able to break through in a short period of time. Xian Yanqing nodded excitedly, then looked at Lu Ming with a smile and said, You helped me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will suppress you when I break through? Haha, even if you break through, you may not be able to suppress me. Moreover, I will also improve. In this lifetime, you will never be able to surpass me. Lu Ming laughed, feeling complacent. Shameless. Let's see how I will surpass you. Xian Yanqing's small mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. Then, the two of them chatted as they returned. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming didn't go to the fate battle platform, but went into seclusion to cultivate. 2 days later, a piece of news spread. Old monster Demonic Wind wanted to challenge Azura on the fate battle platform, and asked Azura to accept the challenge. As soon as the news spread, the entire city was shaken. Old monster Demonic Wind was an old monster who had lived for a long time, at least 500 years. A few hundred years ago, he was already a peak king. Although he hadn't broken through to the Sea of Soul realm, his martial skills, secret arts, and other aspects had already been cultivated to a frightening level. His battle strength was extremely frightening. Such a character wanted to challenge Azura. Everyone was incomparably curious and excited. Therefore, the news quickly spread to Lu Ming's ears. Old monster Demonic Wind, interesting. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Seems like an expert has appeared. Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Xian Yanqing walked over, and the two of them walked towards the fate battle platform. Halfway there, they changed into black robes and put on masks. Azura is here. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the whole place burst into cries of surprise. The fate battle platform was already filled with people. After all, Azura's name had been getting more and more famous recently, almost catching up to Yama King. As for old monster Demonic Wind, he was a famous old monster in the sea region near Golden Sand Island. Apart from Sea of Soul realm experts, no one dared to provoke him. The battle between the two naturally attracted the attention of the majority of people. Many people rushed over as soon as they heard the news. Lu Ming stepped on the air and landed on the platform. Countless eyes looked at him. Hee hee. A dry, cold laugh resounded as a skinny old man wearing a green robe appeared on the platform. Many people didn't even see how he appeared. So fast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Old monster demonic wind had clearly cultivated wind mentality, and his speed was frightening. Lu Ming. On the platform, Luo Xian's eyes flickered. Today Luo Xian had also come. Similarly, Chen Dao and Chen Zhao had also arrived and were watching together. I hope old monster demonic wind can kill this kid. Chen Zhao prayed inwardly. You're a Jura? I heard that you're just a kid. Don't try to act mysterious in front of this old man. Take off your mask. Old monster demonic wind stood in front of Lu Ming and chuckled. You want me to take off my mask? Sure, but let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee hee, it's good for young people to be confident, but don't underestimate your seniors. After all, you haven't lived your life for nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, old monster demonic wind's figure disappeared. In the next instant, Lu Ming felt a gust of wind whistling in front of him as a claw reached for his mask. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. Hee hee, you can't escape? Old monster demonic wind moved again, and followed closely behind Lu Ming, his claw reaching for Lu Ming's mask. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly threw a punch in front of him. Chapter 661. The fist light missed and pierced through the void before landing on the light screen on the other side of the stage, causing the light screen to tremble. This old man has such terrifying control. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Old monster demonic wind had perfect control over every bit of his power. Every time he attacked, he would not waste a single bit of his power. His attacks were precise and precise. Shura is in trouble. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Old monster demonic wind was way too powerful. He was indeed an old monster that had dominated this ocean region for hundreds of years. No one below the Sea of Souls realm would dare to mess with him. Many people thought that although Lu Ming was strong, he shouldn't be old monster demonic wind's opponent. 9 dragons stomping the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps. His body turned into a stream of light as he soared into the sky, instantly dodging old monster demonic wind's attack. Old monster demonic wind's claw missed and was slightly stunned. He looked up at the sky and saw Lu Ming floating in the air. I didn't expect you to have such a footwork. Not bad, but I wonder how strong your attack is. Old monster demonic wind chuckled. If you want to know, then I'll let you try. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's fists punched out continuously. In an instant, he had thrown out dozens of punches. Streams of fist energy fell like meteors toward old monster demonic wind. Old monster demonic wind's eyes turned cold as he waved his hands. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wind blades were formed and flew up into the sky, colliding with the fist force that was coming down from the sky. Strong winds and raging flames spread in all directions, engulfing the fighting stage. The wind blades and fist energy canceled each other out. Again. Lu Ming yelled as he increased his zhenyuan. This time he threw out hundreds of punches. The entire space was filled with fist energy. In the stands, Chen Zhao's face was pale. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed could easily defeat his elder brother, Chen Dao. In every battle, Lu Ming seemed to have no upper limit. He gave off a feeling of a bottomless abyss. Old monster demonic wind's face turned grave. Demonic wind slash. A long sword appeared in old monster demonic wind's hand, emitting a dazzling green light. His body soared into the sky as a green sword light flashed out. Sizzle. Old freak demonic wind's figure rushed into the fist radiance that filled the sky with an ear-piercing sound. Whoosh. In the end, old monster demonic wind broke through the range of the fist radiance and rushed into the sky, standing side by side with Lu Ming. It's my turn now. Old monster demonic wind's voice sounded, but he had already vanished. He seemed to transform into a gust of wind that drifted through the world. The wind was really blowing in the sky. As the wind rose, the temperature dropped sharply. Then snowflakes appeared out of thin air. Along with the strong wind, they swept towards Lu Ming. Concept of wind, concept of snow. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Not only did old monster demonic wind cultivate the concept of wind, but he also cultivated the concept of snow. Both wills were at the first level of perfection. It's here. It said that old monster demonic wind has comprehended two concepts. It's true. Yes, it said that old monster demonic wind was very ambitious back then. He wanted to comprehend two concepts, but he was stuck at the Peak King realm. That's why he couldn't break through to the Sea of Soul realm. If he had only comprehended one concept, he probably would have broken through to the Sea of Soul realm long ago. But the power of two concepts is unquestionable. Azura is in danger. Many of the older generation figures on the viewing platform began to discuss excitedly. Haha, Junior, die. Old monster demonic wind's smug voice sounded from the wind and snow. What's there to be smug about? He comprehended two concepts, but he didn't succeed in fusing them. The increase in power is also very limited. Lu Ming's expression was still very calm as he waved his fists. Streams of fist energy shot out, blocking the wind and snow around him. These snowflakes were snow-white and even sharper than spirit weapons. Each snowflake could probably pierce through a 100-meter-wide mountain. Concept fusion? Junior, what do you know? Do you think it's that easy to fuse two concepts? You're really ignorant. Old monster demonic wind's voice was filled with disdain and reprimand. Is it that hard to fuse two concepts? Lu Ming smiled faintly. As Lu Ming's voice fell, Lu Ming's fist aura suddenly changed. The fist light not only contained the concept of fire, but also the concept of lightning. As soon as the concepts of lightning and fire appeared, the two concepts fused together perfectly, causing the power of the exploding star fist to increase greatly. Boom. Boom. The boundless fist light directly pierced through the wind and snow. With a miserable cry, a figure appeared and frantically retreated. The concepts of lightning and fire have fused perfectly. How is this possible? How is this possible? Blood flowed from the corner of old monster demonic wind's mouth, but he didn't care. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also comprehended two concepts and had successfully fused them. On the other hand, old monster demonic wind hadn't. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. What's impossible? Just because you can't fuse them doesn't mean that others can't. Lu Ming said faintly. Tell me, how did you fuse them? Tell me. Old monster demonic wind roared. His eyes were red as he stared at Lu Ming. Old monster demonic wind had tried many methods over the years, but he still couldn't fuse them successfully. It was like a demon in his heart. Let me tell you, you can't fuse them either. It requires talent. Lu Ming said faintly. He wasn't wrong. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought of this method. Others could have thought of it as well, but how many people could successfully fuse them? To put it bluntly, it required talent. He had the talent, and now it seemed that Xian Yanqing also had the talent. Old monster demonic wind had cultivated for hundreds of years, but he still couldn't fuse them successfully. But old monster demonic wind obviously didn't believe it. Bullshit, what talent? Brat, if you don't tell me, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Old monster demonic wind roared. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Do you think you're a match for me? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Take my strongest move. Old monster demonic wind roared as the wind and snow essences spread out again. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. I'll send you on your way. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Boom. In the next moment, the three essences of wind, fire, and thunder erupted at the same time, turning into a dazzling spear light. Old monster demonic wind's eyes widened to the size of copper bells as he roared in disbelief. Three concepts fused together. He couldn't bear it. He had spent his whole life trying to fuse two essences, but Lu Ming had fused three. Moreover, he was so young. Could it really be because of his talent? Swoosh. The dazzling spear light pierced through the void and instantly appeared in front of old monster demonic wind. It pierced through all of old monster demonic wind's defenses. Chapter 662. There was complete silence around the fate-fighting platform. Everyone widened their eyes and stared intently at Lu Ming's figure on the platform. Old monster demonic wind had been killed in one shot. Lu Ming had merged 3 wills. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? It was too terrifying. Or perhaps, this was not Lu Ming's true strength. After the silence, there was a fierce uproar. Some people were discussing excitedly, while others were screaming excitedly. Is this his true strength? Luo Xian whispered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Beside her, Chen Zhao's body began to tremble violently. It was because of fear and shock. It turned out that ever since he had met Lu Ming had never shown his true strength. What he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. Even though he had repeatedly provoked Lu Ming, he had not shown his strength to kill him. Perhaps, Lu Ming could not be bothered to reveal his abilities in front of him. He could not even be bothered to kill him. Perhaps in Lu Ming's eyes, he was no different from a wild dog barking by the roadside. He did not take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, he was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. His brother, whom he had always been proud of, was probably defeated by Lu Ming in one move. In the battle platform, Lu Ming's figure flashed and devoured old monster demonic wind's essence blood. At the same time, the storage ring naturally fell into his hands. Who else? Who wants to come up and fight? Lu Ming's clear voice resounded throughout the entire Fate battle platform. The entire Fate battle platform fell silent. What a joke! Even an old monster like Old Monster Demonic Wind had died. Who else would be willing to court death? Lu Ming waited for 2 minutes and glanced around. Seeing that no one wanted to come up, he was about to leave. The King of Hell is here. At this moment, a loud shout resounded throughout the Fate battle platform. The entire Fate battle platform fell silent, followed by an earth-shattering uproar. What? The King of Hell is here? Where is he? Really? Where is he? At the main entrance. Look. After a moment of noise, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the entrance. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he also looked in that direction. A black-robed man wearing a Yama mask slowly made his way into the palace. As he took one step at a time, he stepped on the void and appeared at the edge of the fighting ring. On the mask, 2 sharp eyes stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at him. Everyone suddenly felt their heartbeats quicken. Could it be that the King of Hell wants to challenge the Azura? It's possible, it's possible. The King of Hell has disappeared for so many days, and has finally reappeared. Now that such a powerful opponent has appeared, he might really make his move. Heavens, Yama versus Azura, who is stronger? I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, I'm looking forward to it. Ever since the rise of the King of Hell, he has never tasted defeat. He has killed several old monsters. However, no one knows how strong Shura is. He probably didn't use his full strength when killing Old Monster Demonic Wind. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming and the King of Hell with anticipation in their eyes. The King of Hell versus Azura. This was going to be a battle of the pinnacle. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, and the aura of the King of Hell suddenly surged. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and a golden sword light shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, as if there was a connection between the aura, Lu Ming's body also erupted with a powerful aura, and a spear light shot into the sky. Then, the sword light and the spear light met in the air and collided violently. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the force of the collision swept out in all directions. Just the collision of the auras was enough to make the scene shocking. Are they really going to fight? At this moment, everyone held their breaths and stared with wide eyes, unblinking. However, to their disappointment, the King of Hell and Azura did not make a move after the collision of auras. Azura stood in the battle platform, while the King of Hell stood in the air. They did not fight. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and they were like 2 divine spears that pierced through the air. Lu Ming felt an immense pressure coming from the King of Hell. He had never felt such pressure from a martial artist of the same level as him. The King of Hell was definitely a terrifying opponent. At the same time, the golden light in the King of Hell's eyes shone brightly, as if 2 golden swords were about to shoot out. He did not move, as he also felt a strong pressure coming from Lu Ming. He was not confident, and he had a feeling that if they were to fight, one of them would definitely die. Moreover, he was not confident that he would be the one to win. The king of hell was also surprised. He did not expect to meet such a strong opponent here. Even in the entire eastern wilderness, there were not many people like him. The two of them faced off for a while, and suddenly, the king of hell retracted his aura. At the same time, Lu Ming also retracted his aura. Without saying anything else, the king of hell turned around and left. They are not fighting anymore. Almost everyone was disappointed. They thought that there would be a battle of the pinnacle. Both of them are too strong. Neither of them is confident of defeating the other. That's right. There is no doubt that these two are peerless geniuses. Even on the list of top 1,000 talents, they are evenly matched. Some of the older generation figures said. They had figured out the reason. Many people sighed, as they could not see a battle of the pinnacle. Clang. At that instant, a melodious chime could be heard. Clang. Before the first bell had finished ringing, the second bell rang, sounding very urgent. Most of the people's expressions changed drastically. Alarm. Why is the alarm ringing? Someone yelled. Sea beasts are attacking the island. Sea beasts are attacking the island. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out outside the Fate battle platform. The roar swept through the entire city like a storm and spread wildly into the distance. What? Sea beasts are attacking the island? At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Sea beasts are attacking the island. A beast tide is coming. Everyone head to the eastern sea and attack the sea beasts. The voice rang out again, rumbling in the air. The owner of the voice had a terrifying cultivation. He was definitely a Sea of Spirit realm expert. Clang. Clang. At the same time, the alarm kept ringing. It was very urgent. Let's go to the eastern sea. Let's go. The audience around the Fate battle platform rose into the air like locusts and flew toward the gap above. Sea beasts are attacking the island. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A figure appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xian Yanqing. Xiaoqing, let's go and have a look. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and rose into the air with Lu Ming. They blended into the crowd and headed toward the eastern sea. In the city, countless figures flew out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew toward the eastern sea. Not only in the city, but also in the mountains around the city. A large number of experts also flew out and headed toward the eastern sea. Whenever there was a beast tide or sea beasts attacking the island, all the martial artists had to unite and fight together. This was a long-standing rule in the chaotic astral ocean. Otherwise, these islands would have been ravaged by sea beasts long ago. Chapter 663. Rumble. A loud rumbling sound came from the distant sea, and the waves surged to the sky. Everyone stood in the air and looked into the distance. They could see a white line surging towards them. It was a shocking wave. The Far Sea Patrol has sent back a message. A large number of sea beasts are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. An old man in a plain robe appeared in the air, his voice rumbling and spreading throughout the area. The aura emitted from his body was like a vast ocean. It was extremely shocking. This was a Sea of Soul realm expert. Rumble. The sound of the waves was even more shocking. Everyone felt that the sky and the earth were shaking violently. The huge waves were accompanied by the roars of the sea beasts. The waves were getting closer and closer. Everyone's eyes were wide open. That wave was too shocking. It was at least 1,000 meters high and seemed to be reaching into the clouds, washing away the clouds. Countless sea beasts were rolling in the waves. That's the blood shark race. Someone shouted. In one of the waves, everyone saw countless blood-red sharks. These sharks were extremely huge. Any one of them was dozens of meters long. They were blood-red all over, and their roars were endless. It was unknown how many there were. Swordfish race. Sea lion race. Tiger shark race. Everyone saw a total of 9 groups of sea beasts. They were divided into 9 regions, bringing with them waves as they charged over. The number of sea beasts in each region was hard to count. There were just too many of them. Look, there are people on the waves. There's a person on top of each race. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, there was a figure on top of each of the 9 races. They were walking on the waves, and their auras were shocking. Those aren't humans. They're transformed great beasts, the kings of each race. Above the crowd, the Sea of Soul Realm expert said with a grave tone. What? Transformed great beasts? The transformed great beasts of the 9 races are all here? How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. 6th grade beasts were equivalent to Sea of Soul Realm experts. They could already transform into human form, so they were also called transformed great beasts. Shapeshifted great beasts lead their own clans and occupy an area of the sea. There are only 7 clans of sea beasts near Jinsha Island. Why are there 9? The beast wave this time is too shocking. In the past, there would only be some small-scale beast waves, and Sea of Souls realm beasts would rarely appear. The scene was in an uproar. Some people's eyes were filled with fear. Countless sea beasts were rolling and roaring in the rapidly approaching waves. The pressure they gave off was too great. Boom. Boom. Numerous figures appeared in the sky, each of them emanating an aura that was as vast as the ocean. Sea of Souls realm. All of them were Sea of Souls realm experts. There were 10 of them in total. This caused many martial artists' panicked hearts to calm down slightly. All the Sea of Soul realm experts hiding in Golden Sand Island had appeared. That's the Frostblade Spirit. The Frostblade Spirit has also appeared. Someone shouted. Among the 10 Sea of Souls realm experts, there was a white-robed old man. His aura was the most frightening, a lot stronger than the other Sea of Souls realm experts. Haha, this is great. I heard that the Frostblade Spirit has been in seclusion for 60 years. This beast wave has actually alarmed him. With him here, our chances are much higher this time. Someone saw the white-robed old man and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were mixed in the crowd, looking at the sky. Jinsha Island is truly shocking. There are actually so many experts hidden here. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Among the crowd, apart from the 10 Sea of Souls realm experts, there were also many other powerful auras. One after another, they rose up like smoke signals. Among them, Lu Ming could feel the auras of Peak Kings. There were no less than 500 of them. Jinsha Island alone had gathered no less than 500 Peak Kings. It was absolutely frightening. The chaotic astral ocean was indeed worthy of being called the chaotic astral ocean. There were too many experts. Every day, there would be many evil people entering the chaotic astral ocean from various regions of the eastern wasteland. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. After so many years, who knew how many experts there were in the chaotic astral ocean? It had definitely reached an astonishing number. Rumble. The waves were getting closer and closer, and a fiendish aura pervaded the air. Kill. Kill all the human martial artists. Above the Bloodshark clan's territory, a large man in a blood-red robe stood, roaring loudly. This was the Bloodshark clan's king, who had transformed into a great beast. Kill. Kill. Countless sea beasts roared and pounced toward the island. When demonic beasts reached the 5th level, which was the king level, they would be able to speak. All martial artists below the martial ancestor realm, retreat. All martial artists above the martial ancestor realm, attack the sea beasts with all your strength. If anyone retreats, kill without mercy. In the air, the Iceblade Spirit Warrior's voice resounded throughout the entire area. It was incomparably tyrannical. However, no one retorted. Everyone knew that in the current situation, if someone retreated without fighting, there would definitely be more people following suit. Jinsha Island would definitely be in danger. Kill. Kill. Apart from the Iceblade Spirit Warrior, the other 9 Sea of Soul realm experts roared and charged toward the transformed great beasts of the 9 clans with frightening might. Rumble. Rumble. The Sea of Soul realm experts and transformed great beasts fiercely clashed, causing intense rumbling sounds. Kill. The other human martial artists also roared and charged toward the sea beasts. Both sides crazily clashed. All kinds of sword chi, blade lights, palm prints, and fist auras bombarded the waves, causing them to explode. The sea beasts charged out of the water and engaged in a fierce battle with the human martial artists. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as they came into contact, a large number of sea beasts were killed. At the same time, human martial artists also died tragically. The battle was incomparably tragic as soon as it began. Among the human martial artists, apart from the martial ancestor realm experts, only the Iceblade Spirit Warrior did not make a move. He stood in the void and scanned the surroundings. As the strongest human martial artist, he had to control the overall situation in case of an emergency. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing charged forward side by side. The area they were in was the territory of the tiger sharks. Roar! Roar! The roar of the tiger sharks was actually similar to that of a ferocious tiger. Their roars were like thunder, and their teeth, which were sharper than blades, bit toward Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming waved his hand and a spear light stabbed out, piercing through a 30-meter-long tiger shark. Blood dyed the sea red. This tiger shark was equivalent to a 7th-grade Martial King realm expert. Devouring power burst out and devoured the tiger shark's blood essence. On the side, Xian Yinqing's sky demon power field enveloped 5 or 6 tiger sharks and killed them directly. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he devoured all the blood essence. Kill. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand, and Lu Ming charged forward. Wherever the spear light passed, the giant tiger sharks would die in his hands. Swoosh. Chapter 664. Human Die. 100-meter-long tiger shark charged at Lu Ming with blood-red eyes. It opened its mouth, and 5 or 6 scimitars flew out, slashing at Lu Ming. Those scimitars were actually formed from the teeth of the tiger shark, and were even sharper than a level 5 spiritual weapon. Lu Ming could tell the strength of a Peak King level tiger shark with a single glance. Dang! Dang! Lu Ming swept out his long spear and deflected 5 to 6 scimitars. A tricolored spear gleam burst out, and shot directly into the head of this tiger shark, piercing a transparent hole in the tiger shark. After killing a Peak King level tiger shark with a single move, Yichen devoured its essence blood. Lu Ming didn't stop at all, and continued to kill. Not only did he devour the essence blood of the tiger sharks he killed, but he also devoured the essence blood of the tiger sharks killed by others. His figure flashed, and the essence blood of the tiger sharks of various levels were devoured by him. Too good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he participated in such a large-scale battle. Such a large-scale battle was hell for others, but for him, it was a holy land for cultivation. He circulated the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline on his palm, and continuously devoured the essence blood of the tiger sharks. Of course, if a martial artist died in battle, he wouldn't let them go, and devoured all of their essence blood. He split a part of his attention to control the 9 dragons' bloodline, and used it to refine the essence blood to upgrade his second bloodline. Kill that masked guy. A loud roar came from nearby, and 3 huge tiger sharks charged at Lu Ming. Xiao! Xiao! The seawater was condensed into long spears that pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, there were also scimitars that cut through the void, breaking through the air to kill. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, and he shot into the sky. With a few steps, 3 Peak King level tiger sharks were killed. Not far away, Xian Yinqing was even more shocking. The heavenly demon force field was a perverse existence in a group battle. As long as the tiger sharks were enveloped by the heavenly demon force field, they would be cut into several pieces. Under the spiritual sea, Xian Yinqing and Lu Ming were invincible. Wang! A streak of silver light shot towards Lu Ming at an unimaginable speed. This was also a tiger shark, but it was only 10 meters long. Its entire body was silver, and its body was densely covered with a layer of silver scales. Lu Ming subconsciously swept out with his spear. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear swept across the silver tiger shark's body. It was as if he had been struck by a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat 3 steps. However, that silver tiger shark was also sent flying by Lu Ming. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's heart stirred. After the silver tiger shark flew out, it was completely fine. It roared and charged towards Lu Ming again. Under the silver tiger shark's control, the seawater turned into all kinds of weapons. Sharp swords, spears, there were over 100 swords in total, and they surrounded Lu Ming. This is a mutated tiger shark. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Some demonic beasts had the bloodline of ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts. They were incomparably powerful, and were much stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Clearly, this tiger shark was a remnant species. Many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines not only had immense strength, but their demonic power was also incomparably strong. When they reached a certain level, They would awaken the battle skills hidden in their bloodline and possess various magical abilities. Moreover, demonic beasts were different from martial artists. Demonic beasts did not comprehend the concept of heaven and earth like martial artists, but demonic beasts were naturally inclined towards a certain attribute. They were born to be able to master a certain attribute, and as their strength grew, they would become stronger and stronger. This was a talent that the human race could not compare to. Break for me. The long spear swept out, and all the weapons formed by seawater instantly collapsed. A tricolored spear light burst out and shot towards the silver tiger shark's head. Bang! The silver tiger shark was like a cannonball and was sent flying. Along the way, it directly collided with a few powerful tiger sharks and flew for a few thousand meters before stopping. However, it was not dead yet. On its head, there was only a hole that was a few feet deep. Such strong defense, such hard scales. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. After being stabbed by his spearlight, it was actually not penetrated. This tiger shark's defense was astonishing. Strong, this human's attack power is too strong. Hurry up and leave. Lu Ming was surprised, but the silver tiger shark was simply terrified. Once it stabilized its body, it hurriedly flew into the distance. Want to leave? Stay for me. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. He turned into a stream of light and caught up with the silver tiger shark in a few moves. Want to kill me? Die. Demonic beasts were originally very vicious. Seeing that the silver tiger shark could not escape, the ferocity in its heart was aroused, and it pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! What welcomed him was an incomparably sharp spear. This time, it was not a spearlight, but the tip of the infinite dragon spear's corpse. Puchi! The infinite dragon spear directly pierced into the silver tiger shark's head. The silver tiger shark roared and stopped breathing. Puchi! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear and devoured the silver tiger shark's blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Boom! His body was suffused with a bloody light, emitting a powerful fluctuation. His second bloodline was about to evolve. Lu Ming tried his best to suppress the fluctuation of his second bloodline, trying not to attract attention. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his second bloodline was rapidly increasing. Boom! In the end, his second bloodline could not be suppressed anymore. 8 bright silver rings appeared above his head, shining brightly and attracting the attention of many people. Fortunately, when the second bloodline appeared, it had already evolved successfully. The crowd did not see the process of the evolution, only the result. They thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th level king bloodline. Although an 8th level king bloodline was extremely shocking, no one paid attention to it in this life and death battle. Lu Ming had never used his bloodline in the previous battles, so everyone thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th level king bloodline. However, there was one exception, and that was Xian Yanqing. Not far away, Xian Yanqing saw the 8 silver chakras on Lu Ming's bloodline and pouted slightly. When this guy first awakened his second bloodline, he was only a 3rd level king. Now he has become an 8th level king, and his bloodline can evolve. This guy is hiding a lot of things from me. Xian Yanqing muttered softly. Kill this girl. At this time, 2 silver-colored tiger sharks charged towards Xian Yanqing. Heavenly demon force field, destruction cut. Xian Yanqing shouted as she engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 silver tiger sharks. After a few breaths, Lu Ming withdrew his second bloodline and continued to fight. The battle was intense. The sea was blood-red, and there were corpses of humans and sea beasts floating on it. There were more than 500,000 martial artists above the martial grandmaster realm on Jinsha Island, and more than 50,000 experts above the martial king realm. However, there were even more sea beasts. They were densely packed, covering thousands of miles of sea area and attacking fearlessly. Chapter 665. In fact, the longer the battle went on, the more the human side was at a disadvantage. This was because there were more sea beasts at the peak king level than the human side. Among them, there were many powerful descendants. Take the silver tiger shark for example. Although Lu Ming could kill it, it was a nightmarish existence to other peak kings. I need to kill more peak king level demonic beasts. Otherwise, it will be more and more disadvantageous for the human race. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the battlefield. He didn't need to worry about Xian Yanqing. As long as a Sea of Soul Realm expert didn't appear, Xian Yanqing wouldn't be in danger. Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside a tiger shark that was a peak-level king. He pierced the tiger shark with his spear and killed it. Then, he took another step forward and attacked the next tiger shark that was a peak-level king. He didn't attack the other tiger sharks, and only targeted the peak king-level tiger sharks. Several hundred miles away, two old men were being completely suppressed by a silver tiger shark. These two old men were also two old monsters in the nearby ocean region. They had lived for several hundred years, and were extremely powerful. However, the two of them together weren't a match for this silver tiger shark. In fact, they couldn't even break through the silver tiger shark's defense. The silver tiger shark didn't fear death, and continuously attacked the two. Pong. One of the old men was struck by the silver tiger shark's tail, and was sent flying over 1,000 meters, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This kind of descendant is too strong. We're not its match at all. The other old man hurriedly retreated. However, the silver tiger shark crazily chased after him and couldn't escape. Could it be that I'm going to die in the mouth of this beast today? The old man sighed. Although he tried his best to defend, he was still struck by the silver tiger shark until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. My life is over, the old man said in his heart. However, right at this moment, a figure wearing a black robe and a Shura mask suddenly appeared beside the silver tiger shark. A terrifying spear directly pierced through the silver tiger shark's head. Blood splattered everywhere as the silver tiger shark was killed. After that, this figure slapped the silver tiger shark's wound with his palm, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. The old man was dumbfounded. What a powerful attack! The old man who was sent flying by the silver tiger shark's tail flew over. His eyes filled with admiration. They tried their best but were unable to break through the silver tiger shark's defense. But this figure, with a single spear strike, killed the silver tiger shark. This attack power was truly terrifying. That person should be Azura. I heard that he's a young man. The old man behind him spoke as if he had just woken up from a dream. What a young hero. The old man from before sighed. Let's go and kill those ordinary peak king level tiger sharks, the old man behind said. Then the two of them charged towards the two ordinary peak king level tiger sharks. The one who made a move to kill the silver tiger shark was naturally Lu Ming. He naturally didn't know what the two elders were thinking. At this moment, his target was the peak king level tiger sharks. In just over 10 minutes, he had already killed 16 peak king level tiger sharks. What a powerful blood essence. It's too strong. The essence blood of 16 peak king level tiger sharks was too rich. The essence blood of demonic beasts was usually richer and stronger than that of humans. Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence as he continued to hunt. This time, he continued to use the essence blood to upgrade his second bloodline. Just now, when his second bloodline upgraded to the 8th grade king level, the mist on the stone steel seemed to have faded a bit, and the words on the stone steel became clearer. There should be 3 words on the stone steel. The first word was suppress. The third word was steal. Only the second word was still a bit blurry. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as his second bloodline upgraded to the 9th grade king level, he would be able to see the second word clearly. At that time, he might have an unexpected harvest. Lu Ming continued to kill peak king level demonic beasts while refining the essence blood. On the other side, within the group of blood sharks, a figure wearing a Yama mask was emitting a dazzling golden light. The terrifying golden light flickered as it rampaged through the group of blood sharks. Every time it flickered and a golden sword light flashed, a peak king level blood shark would be killed. One sword strike to kill. Similarly, wherever Xian Yanqing passed, sea beasts would be killed, regardless of their level. Lu Ming charged for a while, and more than 20 peak king level tiger sharks had died in his hands. At this time, he killed his way out of the area of the tiger sharks and into the area of the sea lions. Among the sea lions, there were also descendants that were extremely powerful, but they were still killed by Lu Ming with one spear strike. Before long, Lu Ming had already devoured the essence blood of more than 30 peak king level demonic beasts. Splash! At this moment, the sea rolled and rushed to the shore. In the sea, there were countless huge figures circling. They were actually huge sea snakes. Each of them was dozens of meters long, and their bodies were thicker than a water tank. When they opened their mouths, a martial artist would be swallowed. When their bodies coiled, a martial artist would be entangled to death. Deep sea giant snake. It's the deep sea giant snake, someone exclaimed. What's going on? Another race has appeared. This is too abnormal. How can this be? Oh, watch out! Screams and screams filled the air. Splash! The sea rolled, and everyone saw two huge snakes in the sea. Their bodies were more than 100 meters long, and their powerful auras were extremely shocking. With a swing of their tails, a large number of martial artists were whipped and exploded. Even the Peak King level experts were the same. They had no power to fight back. These two huge deep-sea snakes were both shape-shifted great beasts. With two shape-shifted great beasts equivalent to Sea of Soul realm attacking, the human side was in a one-sided situation. Evil beast, you're courting death. In the air, the Handao spirit warrior hadn't made a move yet. At this moment, he shouted coldly and stepped out, walking toward the two shape-shifted great beasts. Xiao! Xiao! Snow-white blade lights flew out. Every time a blade light flew out, a deep-sea giant snake would be killed. When the blade lights flew into the sea water instantly froze and turned into ice. A large number of deep-sea giant snakes were frozen in ice. Peak 3rd level of Sea of Soul realm. One of the huge deep-sea snakes said solemnly. Since you know, then die. The Handao spirit warrior's aura surged as two snow-white blade lights slashed toward the two huge snakes. Old man, I'm your opponent. The waves behind him rolled, and a huge figure rushed out of the sea. Roar. The roar shook the sky. It was the roar of a dragon. Heavens, that's a flood dragon. Many people's eyes widened as they shouted in disbelief. The huge figure that appeared in the end was actually a blue flood dragon. This flood dragon's body was long and winding, more than 200 meters long. It had 4 claws under its abdomen, and its aura was terrifying. This was a real flood dragon, a living flood dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon. Lu Ming also looked over in shock. This was his first time seeing a living flood dragon. He had seen a dead one once, refined into a demonic corpse by the Sky Corpse sect. Chapter 666. The two waterspouts turned into two flood dragons, clashing with the blade light of Handao spirit. Both were annihilated. Roar. The flood dragons roared, and their blue, jade-like bodies pounced toward Handao spirit. Handao spirit had a powerful aura, and the snow-white blade aura danced around him, seemingly freezing the space. An icy saber radiance slashed toward the flood dragon. The flood dragon grabbed the saber light with its claw. Boundless energy surged out, tearing the surrounding sea beasts and human cultivators into pieces. Let's go up and fight. Handao spirit flew up into the sky, and so did the flood dragons. At their level, fighting on the ground would cause too much of an impact, and it would affect the other humans and beasts. Rumble. Handao spirit and the flood dragons fought all the way to the sky. However, the battle in the sea was even more intense. The sea beasts had joined the deep sea giant snake clan, and their battle power had increased greatly, completely suppressing the humans. The deadliest thing was that the deep sea giant snake clan had 2 spiritual sea-level beasts. They were so strong that no one could stop them. With a casual twist of their huge bodies, a large number of humans were killed. The 2 deep sea giant snakes rampaged among the humans, and no one could stop them. Screams and wails resounded everywhere. Retreat! Retreat! 2 Sea of Soul realm beasts. We can't stop them. Retreat! Someone yelled, not daring to stop them, and frantically retreated. In this way, the humans' defensive formation was completely messed up, and the sea beasts kept rushing into the area where the deep sea giant snakes were. A large number of warriors were killed. This time, there were too many sea beasts, and they were too strong, surpassing all the previous times. Golden Sand Island can't be saved. We can only retreat to other islands. No, we've been on Golden Sand Island for hundreds of years. We can't leave like this. Hold on and wait for help. There were all kinds of cries, but the morale kept dropping. Spiritual sea realm beasts? Lu Ming looked in the direction of the deep sea giant snakes. Then he stepped into the air and turned into a beam of light, flying toward the deep-sea giant snakes. In another direction, a golden sword light was also heading towards the deep-sea giant serpent. The two beams of light were extremely fast. Within a dozen breaths, they had already approached the two Sea of Souls realm deep-sea snakes. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming approached and stabbed out with his spear. A tricolored true dragon roared and danced in the air, pouncing towards one of the deep-sea giant snakes. An ant dares to attack me? You're courting death. The deep-sea giant snake snorted and spat out a black water column toward the tricolor true dragon. Boom. With a violent tremor, the water column and the tricolor true dragon both vanished. However, the deep-sea serpent's advance was also blocked. Not far away, a golden sword light also blocked another deep-sea giant snake. It was the King Yanluo. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were each facing a giant snake from the deep sea. The two deep-sea giant snakes should be at the early stage of the first layer of the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the early stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. Previously, in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Li Xiaoyan, and Gu Huaxiu had joined forces to injure the Patriarch of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. The Patriarch of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was at the peak of the first level of the spiritual sea realm. During the battle with the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution's ancestor, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th layer of the Martial King realm. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the King realm, his battle strength had greatly increased. Ever since he had broken through, he had not fought with his full strength. Now this deep-sea giant snake was just right. Who is it? Who blocked the deep-sea giant snake? It's the King of Hell and Azura. Are they going to fight the Sea of Souls realm monsters? It's possible. Both of their battle powers are extremely terrifying. If the two of them are able to block the two giant snakes, we will have a chance. Martial King realm monsters at the spiritual sea realm? Is it possible? Whatever, we can only try. Let's attack and block the other sea beasts with all our strength. The surrounding human martial artists roared and organized their forces to block the other sea beasts. Azura, let's fight. Let's see who can kill this giant snake first. Suddenly, the King of Hell's voice sounded. It was very young, but it was filled with sharpness. Alright, let's fight. Lu Ming's battle intent was also extremely high. Previously, the two of them were apprehensive and did not fight. Now they could decide the winner through another kind of battle. However, when these words fell into the ears of the two giant snakes, they almost exploded in anger. Ant, you want to kill us? Go to hell. In front of Lu Ming, the deep-sea giant snake roared and opened its mouth, trying to devour Lu Ming. In its mouth, the snake's tongue was like a sharp sword, shooting towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The three-colored spear turned into a spear light and pierced towards the giant snake. At the same time, the King of Hell and the deep-sea giant snake were also fighting. Clang! The deep-sea giant snake's tongue was like a real sharp sword. When it collided with the spear, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Swish! At the same time, a snake's tail swept across the void, causing the space to emit a dull sound of air exploding. It whipped towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step and his figure soared into the sky, dodging the attack of the snake's tail. However, the snake's tail was like an awl attached to a bone. After missing its attack, it continued to whip upwards towards Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the sky. A dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying power erupted. Each wave was stronger than the previous one, bombarding the snake's tail. Boom! The snake's tail trembled as if it was enduring an unimaginable power. It kept shaking, and finally, a part of it exploded with a bang. Blood splattered everywhere. The Sea of Soul realm giant snake is injured. Nearby, other human martial artists saw this and were immediately excited. As if they had seen hope, they roared and charged towards the sea beast. Ant, how dare you injure me? Die. The deep-sea giant snake's body curled, and endless seawater turned into sea snakes, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. The infinite dragon spear disappeared, and Lu Ming executed the exploding star fist. Streams of fist light pierced through the void, blasting downwards. This time, Lu Ming merged 3 states into the exploding star fist. Its speed was faster, and its explosive power was stronger. Boom. Boom. It was like endless meteors were falling, clashing with the sea snakes formed by seawater. Amid the rumbling, boundless energy overflowed. Once the martial artists and sea beasts nearby were hit, they died miserably on the spot. Leave. Stay away. At the place where Lu Ming and the giant snake were fighting, the other martial artists and sea beasts had already distanced themselves. On the other side, the battle between Hades and the deep-sea giant snake was about the same. Sword chi was everywhere, and the other martial artists and sea beasts had also distanced themselves. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His fist energy was getting crazier and more intense. In the end, it was almost impossible to see Lu Ming's fist. Only streams of fist light could be seen pouring down. Awesome. Too awesome. Lu Ming's quintessence was boiling, and his battle intent seemed to be burning. This was his true all-out battle. He did not have any misgivings, and he did not need to suppress his quintessence. He felt that his exploding star fist was getting smoother and smoother. Suddenly, the fist light trembled, and its might seemed to have increased by another level. Chapter 667. The exploding star fist was different from the Dragon God's 3 ultimate techniques. The Dragon God's 3 ultimate techniques was divided into 3 moves. The third move was the Extreme Strike, which had strong penetrating power and impeccable attack power. However, the True Dragon Strike and the 10,000 Dragons Kill were much weaker. On the other hand, the Exploding Star Fist was a pure killing move. Every punch was like a meteor exploding. In terms of explosive power, it was even stronger than the True Dragon Strike. The destructive power of the 5th level of the Exploding Star Fist was not weaker than the True Dragon Strike. Streaks of fist radiance were like True Dragon Strikes. How terrifying was its power! Bam! Bam! Finally, Lu Ming gained the upper hand and defeated the sea snake formed by the seawater. The powerful fist force landed on the body of the deep-sea snake. The fist force landed on the body of the deep-sea snake, causing it to roar continuously. However, the body of the deep-sea snake was covered with scales and had a terrifying defense. The fist force of the exploding star fist was offset by the sea snake formed by the seawater. It could only hurt the deep-sea snake but not hurt it. However, this had already infuriated the deep-sea snake. It roared furiously and soared into the sky, pouncing towards Lu Ming. It opened its mouth and billowing black gas spread towards Lu Ming. Poison gas. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retreated. However, when he came into contact with a trace of the poison gas, he immediately felt a burning pain on his skin. The poison gas was rapidly corroding his skin. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the devouring power of the 9 Dragons' bloodline. Immediately, the poison gas was devoured by the 9 Dragons' bloodline. Second bloodline explode. After the second bloodline was activated, Lu Ming's strength increased by another level. He threw out hundreds of punches and dispersed the poison gas in front of him. The deep-sea snake's tongue was like a sword. It was wrapped in a layer of black liquid, which greatly increased its power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake's tongue danced and dispersed Lu Ming's fist force. After Lu Ming threw out hundreds of punches, the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. He looked down and pulled out the spear. The long spear became 1,000 meters long and ruthlessly whipped the body of the deep-sea snake. The deep-sea snake hissed, and its body was blasted down. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming stepped into the void and took 4 consecutive steps. The violent power continued to bombard the giant snake. Its target was the spot 7 inches below the giant snake's head. Bang! At the spot 7 inches below the giant snake, it suddenly exploded. Scales flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the giant snake's defense was too strong. Most of the power was blocked by its scales. Although a large piece of flesh was blown off, it was only a superficial wound for the giant snake's huge body. However, this superficial wound was enough for Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, his body fell rapidly. When he was about to reach the giant snake, he launched his strongest attack. Extreme Dao Strike. The spear merged with the body and turned into a resplendent spear light, stabbing towards the wound of the giant snake. That wound from before was all for this attack. It was a fatal blow. The giant snake seemed to have sensed a fatal threat, and spat out a black poisonous mist at Lu Ming with all its might. This poisonous mist had almost turned into liquid. It was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary level 5 spiritual weapon would be corroded and melted. Unfortunately, it met Lu Ming. With the protection of the Nine Dragons bloodline, Lu Ming was not afraid of the poisonous gas attack at all. The devouring power enveloped his body. Lu Ming's body rushed past. The resplendent spear light pierced through the giant snake's 7-inch wound and came out from the other side. The 7-inch wound was the snake's vital point. Lu Ming's move directly pierced a big hole in the giant snake's vital point. Hiss hiss hiss, the giant snake's eyes widened. It let out an unwilling roar and fell into the sea. It rolled violently in the sea for a few times before stopping and becoming motionless. A deep-sea giant snake of the spirit sea realm was killed by Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming's gaze looked to the other side, the side of King Yama. A dazzling sword light, incomparably sharp, seemed to be able to cut through everything. Pucci. The giant snake's head was almost severed. More than half of its body had been severed, leaving only a small part of its head hanging. The other giant snake was also killed. King Yama's figure appeared. However, some parts of his black robe were torn, revealing the golden robe underneath. He looked a little battered. The speed at which he killed the giant snake was only a few breaths slower than Lu Ming's. At this time, he also looked at Lu Ming. His eyes flickered as he said, "This time you win. But next time, I won't lose." "Actually, you didn't lose," Lu Ming said. King Yama's strength had also shocked him. Level 2 metal mentality. King Yama's mentality had already reached level 2. As long as he opened his spiritual sea, he would immediately become a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, King Yama's bloodline martial skill was also extremely powerful. It was even stronger than Shuigang's bloodline martial skill. King Yama's true battle strength was definitely not weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was able to kill the giant snake first because he was not afraid of the giant snake's poisonous gas attack. A loss is a loss, regardless of the reason, King Yama said calmly. At this moment, the nearby human clan cultivators were first extremely shocked, then extremely excited. 2 Sea of Soul Realm deep-sea giant snakes had been killed by King Yama and Shura. A martial king had actually killed a Sea of Soul Realm expert. This was simply unbelievable. In the past, this had only been heard of in legends. However, the warriors who had been to the life battle platform had different thoughts. King Yama and Shura have finally decided a winner. Shura is stronger. This thought flashed through many people's minds. There are still some left. Why don't we continue? Lu Ming looked at the battle in the sky. It was a battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts. Just what I want. King Yama's body emitted a strong battle intent. Shwa, shwa. A ray of sword light and a ray of spear light shot towards the sky at the same time. Lu Ming and King Yama were going to participate in the battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts. As long as they killed 1 or 2 Sea of Soul Realm great beasts, the scales of victory would tilt towards the human side. Lu Ming did not devour the blood essence of the deep-sea giant snake. He had already devoured enough blood essence. At this time, the Nine Dragons bloodline was still slowly being refined. The blood essence of the spiritual sea was too powerful. If he devoured it, Lu Ming would probably not be able to control it, and would have to find a place to refine it. He would not be able to continue the battle. In the sky, the Great Formation was extremely intense. The human warriors and the Sea of Soul Realm great beasts both had advantages. The battle was extremely fierce, and the victor could not be decided for the time being. A blue-robed man was fighting a tiger shark. This tiger shark was at the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. It was even stronger than the deep-sea giant snake from before. However, the blue-robed man's cultivation was also not weak. His cultivation was also at the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. The blue-robed man and the tiger shark both had injuries on their bodies. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed towards the battle between the two. Haha, little friend, you came at the right time. Help me kill this beast. The blue-robed man saw Lu Ming and immediately laughed excitedly. Just now he also saw Lu Ming kill the deep-sea giant snake. Chapter 668. Damn it. Seeing Lu Ming charging over, the tiger shark let out a roar and started to panic. Senior, let's kill this tiger shark together. Lu Ming waved his long spear, and a huge spear light that was 1,000 meters long blasted towards the tiger shark. Haha, let's kill this beast. The blue-robed man's eyes flashed fiercely. The battle sword in his hand was wider than his palm, and it slashed towards the tiger shark. With Lu Ming and the blue-robed man working together, the tiger shark was immediately at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming took 4 steps, and a violent force smashed onto the tiger shark like an immemorial mountain. The tiger shark's body trembled, and below, the blue-robed man's sword light rushed upwards, leaving a 10-meter-long wound on the tiger shark's body. One of its fins was cut off, and it flew far away. The tiger shark roared. In fear, it did not dare to fight anymore, and wanted to escape. You can't escape. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps, and his figure flashed continuously, blocking the tiger shark's path of retreat. Both of his fists struck out more than 100 punches consecutively. More than 100 bursting fist gleams blocked the tiger shark's figure, and tore open wounds on its body. Although the wounds were not big, the tiger shark was bleeding profusely. Some of the fist lights were even aimed at the tiger shark's wounds, which made the tiger shark's injuries worse. Sky-splitting sword kill. The blue-robed man arrived, and the terrifying sword light that could tear everything apart cut the tiger shark's body in half. The spiritual sea tiger shark was dead. Haha, little brother, thank you. The blue-robed man grinned, but his eyes were still flashing fiercely. He was a fierce man. If it was not for Lu Ming's strength that had already gained his recognition, he would not even care about Lu Ming. He would even kill him if he did not like him. But Lu Ming's strength was already on the same level as him, so he naturally restrained his fierceness. Let's go kill the other spiritual sea beasts. Lu Ming said. Haha, these beasts, don't even think about leaving today. The blue-robed man's face was ferocious. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side, Hell King and another Sea of Soul Realm warrior had also killed a Sea of Soul Realm beast. In this way, apart from the Flood Dragon, there were only 7 Sea of Soul Realm beasts left. On the human side, other than the Frostblade Spirit Warrior, there were 9 spiritual Sea Realm warriors, including Lu Ming and Yama. They were also at the spiritual Sea Realm. Of course, there was also Xian Yanqing. The human side had the upper hand in terms of high-end warriors. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. A figure descended at an extremely fast speed. It was the Frostblade Spirit. The Frostblade Spirit Master spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell rapidly. Above him, the Flood Dragon roared as its huge body slithered down, chasing after the Frostblade Spirit Master. Whoosh! A ray of blue light shot towards Frostblade Spirit Master. Frostblade Spirit Master slashed out a ray of saber light, barely managing to block the attack. However, the remaining light still landed on his body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! The Frostblade Spirit Master fell into the sea. In the next moment he rushed out from the other side of the sea. Old bastard, die! The Flood Dragon pounced towards the Frostblade Spirit Master. Everyone's heart sank. The Frostblade Spirit Master was no match for the Flood Dragon. He was completely suppressed. The Frostblade Spirit Master was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm, but he was still no match for the Flood Dragon. This Flood Dragon should be at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. However, the Flood Dragon's battle power couldn't be calculated according to normal levels. The Flood Dragon contained the bloodline of a true dragon. No matter if it was its physical body or beast power, it was extremely powerful. It also had some powerful battle skills. Although this Flood Dragon was only at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm, the Frostblade Spirit Master was no match for it. The Flood Dragon pounced towards the Frostblade Spirit Master. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he turned around and fled crazily. You can't escape. The Flood Dragon twisted its body, and its huge body passed through layers of the void, chasing after the Frostblade Spirit Master at an extremely fast speed. A beam of blue divine light pierced toward Frostblade Spirit Master like a divine sword. The Frostblade Spirit Master was shocked. His body quickly moved, dodging the blue light. At this moment, he was moving in the direction of Lu Ming and the burly man in the blue robe. The Frostblade Spirit Master rushed towards Lu Ming and the blue-robed man. You guys help me block this flood dragon. Quick. The Frostblade Spirit Master shouted at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. His and the blue-robed man's battle power was only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. They were too far away from the flood dragon. They would be courting death if they did that. The Frostblade Spirit Master's purpose was simple. He wanted them to die so that he could have time to escape. How could Lu Ming be so stupid? He would try his best to participate in this battle, but the premise was that he wouldn't be in danger. If there was a fatal danger, he and Xian Yanqing would turn around and leave. To put it bluntly, the people of Golden Sand Island had nothing to do with him. Whether they lived or died, what did it have to do with Lu Ming? He believed that a lot of people at the scene were thinking the same. Now the Frostblade Spirit Master wanted him to die. How could that be? Lu Ming turned around and flew far away, avoiding the Frostblade Spirit Master and the Flood Dragon. The blue-robed man did the same, flying far away. You two dare to run away and disregard the safety of the human race. You deserve to die. The Frostblade Spirit Master roared, looking at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man with murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Ming sneered, not bothering to pay attention to the Frostblade Spirit Master. Then, the Frostblade Spirit Master rushed towards Hell King. Without a doubt, Hell King and the other expert also turned around and left. The Frostblade Spirit Master roared again and again, almost getting hit by the Flood Dragon's divine light. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed towards another battlefield. That battlefield was the one between a Sea of Soul Realm expert and a great beast. Old monster Frostblade, what are you doing? That human Sea of Soul Realm expert roared in fright. The Frostblade Spirit Master rushed over like this, clearly wanting to use him as a shield. The Frostblade Spirit Master's face was cold, and he didn't say a word, rushing forward with all his might. Retreat, retreat. The Sea of Soul Realm expert wanted to leave. Stay here. How could the Sea of Soul Realm great beast let him escape so easily? He launched a frenzied attack, stubbornly holding the opponent back. The Frost Saber Spirit Cultivator charged past the human expert. And behind him was the Flood Dragon. Human ants, go to hell. The Flood Dragon's huge claws grabbed at the Sea of Soul Realm expert. Damn it, damn it. Old monster Frostblade, you're despicable. The Sea of Soul Realm expert roared, crazily erupting with power. He used all his strength, hoping to block the Flood Dragon's attack and escape. But the difference between him and the Flood Dragon was too great. Under the Flood Dragon's claw his attacks collapsed, and all his defenses were in vain. Pung. He was grabbed by the Flood Dragon's claw, and his bones cracked. Old monster Frostblade, I curse you to die without a burial place. The man roared, and his aura rapidly declined. Chapter 669. After this, the Iceblade Spirit Warrior managed to escape even further, and rushed towards another battlefield. Not good, damn it. The other Sea of Soul Realm experts saw this scene, and had no desire to continue fighting. They madly charged and then turned to run. However, there were also one or two people who were firmly held back by the great beasts and couldn't escape. They could only roar in anger. Iceblade, don't come over. Someone roared, but the Iceblade Spirit Warrior's face darkened as he continued to fly towards that person. Although these Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't completely block the Flood Dragon, as long as they could block it for a short while, he would be able to escape. Ah, Iceblade, you're despicable. That person cursed. However, the result was the same. When the Iceblade Spirit Warrior rushed over, the Flood Dragon followed closely. That human expert was simply not the Flood Dragon's opponent, and was killed in a few moves. Even his corpse was swallowed by the Flood Dragon. Go. The other Sea of Soul Realm warriors who had escaped didn't dare to stay in the air, and directly flew down to join the battle below. Ha ha ha, kill all these humans. Those Sea of Soul Realm great beasts also laughed wildly, and rushed down to the battlefield below. The battlefield below was in chaos. The addition of Sea of Soul Realm experts turned the battlefield into a chaotic battle. Miserable screams rang out continuously as large numbers of martial artists were killed by Sea of Soul Realm great beasts. There were also large numbers of sea beasts killed by Sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Lu Ming also rushed down to the battlefield below. Run, run. This area was being ravaged by a huge octopus. This octopus was a Sea of Soul Realm great beast. The octopus body was like a small mountain. 8 tentacles fluttered in the air. On each tentacle, there were suction cups that had a powerful suction force. With a wave of its 8 tentacles, a large number of human martial artists were sucked in by the suction cups. Then the suction cups opened like mouths, revealing fangs as they swallowed the human martial artists, chewing them up. Miserable screams rose and fell. And Luo Xian. Lu Ming saw Luo Xian in the crowd. At this moment, she was crazily fleeing with a group of people. Behind them, a huge tentacle swept towards them. Help! The few people who ran to the back were directly sucked in by the suction cups of the tentacles, letting out shrill screams. What should we do? What to do? Am I going to die here? Luo Xian's face was pale, without a trace of blood. She knew that she was in danger today, and might very well die here. Unfortunately, before her dream of making the Flame Trade Union grow stronger could be realized, she was going to die here. She was unwilling. But in the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the use of being unwilling? A huge tentacle waved towards her. Unable to escape, she closed her eyes in despair. But in the next moment, she heard a loud boom. Then, she felt her waist tighten. She was hugged by a strong arm, and a blazing aura kept surging towards her. She opened her eyes in a panic and saw a mask. It was the Azura mask. It's him. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. She realized that she was being hugged by Lu Ming at the waist, and her body was tightly pressed against Lu Ming's strong body. Her heartbeat accelerated and her face heated up. Lu Ming did not care about this. His eyes were all on the huge octopus in front of him. So strong. This octopus beast should be at the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming thought in his heart and retreated rapidly. Just now he exchanged a blow with one of the octopus tentacles, and was no match for it. The other party's strength was too strong. Help, help! Lu Ming, save me! A loud cry was heard. Lu Ming looked over, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The one who cried for help was Chen Zhao. He fled frantically, and behind him a huge octopus tentacle waved towards him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with it and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming, you watched me die without saving me. I curse you. I curse you to die without a complete corpse. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention of saving him, Chen Zhao cursed loudly. Luo Xian's gaze was also very calm. Chen Zhao asked for all this. He offended Lu Ming like that earlier, so why would Lu Ming save him? The tentacle sucked and sucked Chen Zhao in. Chen Zhao screamed in horror and struggled desperately, but it was no use. The sucker opened and swallowed Chen Zhao. Shwa. Lu Ming retreated dozens of miles in an instant before letting go of Luo Xian. Miss Luo Xian, your cultivation is not high. Just stay behind. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, his figure moved and he dashed in another direction. There, Xian Yanqing was fighting a huge eel. This eel was also one of the Spirit Sea great beasts. Its whole body was covered in lightning, and it was extremely powerful. Its cultivation should be at the middle first layer of the Spirit Sea realm. However, Xian Yanqing's battle strength was also extremely powerful, and he actually had a slight advantage. Lu Ming stepped on the air and arrived at this area in a short while. A bright spear light shot towards the eel. It's you. The eel saw Lu Ming and was shocked, and it hurriedly retreated. It had seen Lu Ming kill a deep-sea giant snake just now. It already felt that it was no match for Xian Yanqing. If Lu Ming joined the fray, it would be doomed. It would be strange if it did not run away. Roar. In the sky, dragon roars sounded out. After killing 2 Spirit Sea Realm experts, the Flood Dragon continued to chase after Frostblade Spirit Warrior. Old man, I'll kill you today. You can't escape. The Flood Dragon roared, and its voice shook heaven and earth. Frostblade Spirit Warrior ran for his life, and he actually flew towards the battlefield below. Run! The martial artists below were scared out of their wits, and they all scattered to escape. This old man is too despicable. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He and Xian Yanqing flew back together. Xiao. Right at this moment in the distant sky, a scarlet sword light pierced through the void and shot towards the Flood Dragon. The Flood Dragon caught it with its claw. and it clashed with the sword light. With a loud sound, the sword light disappeared, but the flood dragon's body was also blocked. Seeing this sword light, Frostblade Spirit Warrior was overjoyed, and he laughed loudly. Red old man, you're finally here. Too slow. Xiao. Another scarlet sword light slashed towards the flood dragon. Along with the appearance of the sword light, 6 or 7 figures appeared in the distance. The one in the lead was an old man in a red robe, and his aura was extremely powerful. Pung. A divine light shot out from one of the flood dragon's horns, blocking the sword light. Shwa. Shwa. With a series of sonic booms, 7 figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. 7 silhouettes, each of them emitting a powerful aura. They were all powerful Sea of Souls realm warriors. Coldblade old monster, I went to ask Green Xian for help. That's why I'm a bit late. The old man in red robe grinned. Green Xian is also here.